welcome everyone. It's a little bit delayed, apologies for that. And today, after a long period of waiting, about 8-9 months, we have been talking about AgFoodTech. It's just now we are here with AgFoodTech. I welcome everyone, our chief guest and other guest of honors and our participants and everyone. And our chairman, he is already here from USA, Dr. Hari Panapalli. Then Mr. J. Chaudhary Garu, who is the chief guest of the event today, is also here. Some other guest of honors. Before I welcome all dignitaries on the dais, I request a lighting of the lamp by the dignitaries. I welcome Dr. Hari Panapalli, the chairman of ESG organization in America. So please let us light the lamp along with Mr. J. Chaudhary, the chief guest of the event today. Sir is the one who has envisioned this AgFoodTech, and today we are able to launch it. Then Jagan Chittiprolu, the founder of Samhita. Welcome, sir. With Jagan's support, we are able to do this event today. Thank you, Jagan. Then Mahankali Srinivasarao, MSR of CEO, the CEO of T-Hub, which is here. Then Dr. B. Neeraja Prabhakar, the Vice Chancellor of Konda Lakshmaya University. Dr. Krishna Bhagavatula, Sri Venkatesh Krishnamurthy, Rajyogini P.K. Arundhati Behan, Dr. Ravi Shankar, Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar. I welcome all of you. Please be here and for the lighting of the lamps, and also Mr. Rajendra Singh Lamba, our great supporters. And Mr. Changal Reddy, who is doing great on the policy side of agriculture. Mr. Surendra Babu from Ataluru Organics. Please, sir, please join us. And there are so many other great people. Agrigar, Mr. Dr. Sobani, please join us. Mahilas, you are the, our great Bharat Matas, please join us, and Grace and Naveen Lakuruji, please. I forget some names, but please join us. Whoever is available in the front, Dr. Shyam Sundar Reddy Garu, please. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam for more than a decade, and he has been in the finance sector all of his career. His full name is Harikishan Ippanapalli. Short name we call Hari Ippanapalli, of course. And he is mainly in the investment banking, and always he dreams about India because it is his motherland. He hails from Chopadandi village at Karimnagar. And now he wanted to promote Kalamji's cause by associating with various associates globally. That's what it is happening as of today. And now I welcome, because lack of time, I don't want to take much time to introduce the guests here. I welcome Dr. Hari Ippanapalli to give a welcome remarks and welcome all of our guests here and also our participants and other guests. And I welcome you, Dr. Hari Ippanapalli. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, the dream is definitely, guided and mentored by Dr. G.R. Chintala, who is not here. He is the former chairman of NABARD, and he has been traveling, and hence he is not able to make it today. And he is a man who is actually driving this vision along with J. Chaudhary Garu and Dr. Hari Ippanapalli and all of them. Thank you.
Welcome. So Jagan Chittiprulu is all the way coming from Seattle, Washington, and is an innovator. Ravishankar ji has been helping us in this conference for quite some time, and Dr. J. Chaudhary, also well-known figure here, and he is the architect of the entire IT infrastructure in Telangana. That time it was Andhra Pradesh. Worked very closely with Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, and Madam, she is the Vice Chancellor of the Horticulture University. Dr. J. Raj Kumar is a physician by education but turned into a scientist. Welcome you all, sir. It's wonderful to see you all. Today is a very auspicious day for all of us because after a couple of years of strained market because of the COVID, we could not meet in person. This is the first humble attempt to bring all of you together post-COVID to conduct this conference in person, and I would like to welcome you all for this great opportunity to hear from the experts in the AgFoodTech 360 view of the agriculture and food technologies. As you know, we just crossed 8 billion people in the world about a couple of weeks ago, and it is projected that by 2027, India is going to cross the Chinese population. So that is the reality. China stopped producing people, but where India is aggressively producing people. So for that, we need to come up with a way to produce more food to feed our people. So in a broader sense, that's what we are trying to do here. Bring technology into the mix to automate as much as possible, come up with innovative ideas to produce healthy, quality food to serve our population. So with this, I would like to go into a brief presentation of a few things that I wanted to share today. So, as you know, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam was the 11th President of India. So, inspired by his vision and mission for the nation, he created this Vision 2020 during his presidency, which was approved by Parliament during the Vajpayee government. The gist of that entire program was called PURA, Providing Urban Amenities to Rural Areas. So he wanted to see electronic connectivity, health connectivity, education connectivity, and grid-independent energy connectivity. He felt having these 4 pillars in place automatically will bring the financial connectivity into the rural India and have a holistic development of the nation. Very grand vision. And it was funded for a pilot program they did in Warangal and a few other places in India. But his second term did not materialize for various political reasons, and the entire program was under the carpet for over 10 years during the Manmohan Singh government. Otherwise, India would have been a developed nation by 2020, which was his grand vision. So it was an unfortunate thing that we lost significant amount of time in seeing India as a developed nation. So he also saw the potential of the Indian youth. During that time, about 55% of the Indian youth were below 25 years. About 65% were below 35 years. And it was projected that average age of an Indian working in the world will be 29 years. It will be the youngest workforce in the history of mankind. So he wanted to transform those young minds into responsible citizens and engage them in developing the nation. He created a training program and he tried to promote that as much as possible after his presidency. And he always wanted to be a teacher. And as you know, while addressing the IIM Shillong students, he collapsed on the stage, left this planet after orbiting around the sun for 83 times. That was his dream, to be a teacher. That's how he died on the stage. And the topic of that particular event was creating a livable planet Earth. So what a fabulous thing he wanted to do. And we, as some of the individuals, wanted to promote his vision and mission in a grand way, and we created an organization in the US, and for various reasons we needed to rebrand. So this is the ESG, Empowering Sustainability Globally, that is the organization. Today we are hosting that, and this is all because of the grace and blessings of Dr. Kalam and his vision and mission. So some more things I would like to bring to your attention. In 2016, the United Nations launched 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And as you know, United Nations was set up after World War II on October 24, 1945. They just celebrated in 2020, 75th anniversary. And in 2007, they launched the Millennium Development Goals, 8 of those. They could not achieve them. In 2016, they launched the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and they are far from achieving those goals as well, because the 195 member nations in the world, they all depleted their funding for COVID. It requires about $5 to $7 trillion every year to implement these goals, and you don't have funding to support these. We still, in spite of all these efforts in the world, we still have about 1.3 billion people live in multi-dimensional poverty. About 1.6 billion people live in fragile settings for healthcare services, and COVID, including the developed nations like US, UK, they also could not support during the COVID. So the healthcare system still need to be improved. And about 103 million youth worldwide lack basic literacy skills. 2 in 5 people still lack basic sanitation. And as you know, global warming and continuous rains, especially in Hyderabad, these are all because of the global warming. And it was projected by 2030, we need to reduce the carbon by 45%, and by 2050 net zero. But during the recent Glasgow event, they are even projecting that to happen by 2070. So because of the global warming, the sea levels are rising by almost 1 to 4 feet by 2100 if you don't control it. So these are the things that are bothering us as responsible citizens of this planet. And at the same time, the technology is progressing. So you have artificial intelligence, you have blockchain, you have genetic testing, 5G technology is getting ready for India, and also AR, VR technology, cyber security, because of the online presence has increased significantly. And autonomous vehicles and electric vehicles are also coming into the market. And ultimately, the smart cities to conserve energy and provide citizen services, especially India's announced during the first term of Modi's government about 99 smart cities in India. So it required about $1.2 trillion, but they barely allocated about $40 billion to do this, like a very drop in the ocean. So we are far from achieving the smart cities projects. So we as private individuals, we also wanted to contribute into this particular aspect of sustainable development of the planet. We are inspired by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. So we came up with a Global Sustainability Impact Fund, which will be about $20 billion initiative with $4 billion in equity and $16 billion supplemented with a debt in the 4 areas: healthcare, education, environment, and agriculture. And today's theme is the agriculture concept. So why are we doing this? Agriculture, environment, health, and education are the cornerstones of human well-being and progress. If you do not have healthy food, if you do not have clean environment, if you do not have proper health and proper education, you are doomed. So that's the reason out of the 17 sustainable development goals, we picked these 4 goals. And first one is the agriculture that we are attempting to do. And thank you for joining this conference today. And what is our vision for the 2030? And we would like to reduce the infant mortality rate in poor nations, affordable diagnosis and treatments, preventive healthcare and access to nutrition, modernization of smallholder farmers and agriculture, and employment and empowerment of youth and women, innovation, R&D in agriculture and biotechnology, which will be here for some of your expert speakers. And on the environment side, mainstream eco-friendly consumer goods. Take, for example, reduce uses of plastic and styrofoam in your daily lives and protect health and environment. It's a basic thing. If you can take this message to a home and if you could reduce use of plastic, that can make a big difference. Carbon offsetting from afforestation and deforestation, cutting a lot of trees, but we're not planting enough. That's a problem. Climate smart energy solutions. Take, for example, the e-vehicles that we are already experiencing in the market. Accessible and affordable primary education. A lot of people still lack corporate level education, skill development. A lot of people are educated, but they don't have the proper skills to get employed. And industry is looking for certain skills, and academic institutions are not producing to match the demand. And higher employability index for underprivileged. A lot of people are educated. So our focus is the agriculture. Why we pick agriculture to invest into this area? Current world population, this number is old now, 8 billion people. And projected growth by 2030 is 8.5 billion people. And people under malnourished, about 2 billion people that do not have proper food. And people suffering from chronic hunger, about close to 1 billion people. People suffering from acute hunger, about 250 million people. Children with stunted growth, about 150 million people. So because of this, we have a lot of things that we need to address. So land and toxicity. Agrochemicals used end up in soil for 95 to 98%. So whatever vegetables you buy today in emerging markets, the look and feel is the same. Brinjal looks the same, eggplant looks okra looks the same, but it is highly infested with chemicals and fertilizers. You do not realize that. The long-term effects are, as you see, the cancers are increasing. And the time taken to create a 1 centimeter topsoil layer takes about 1,000 years. And arable loss to urban sprawl about 400,000 hectares yearly, and yearly food contamination victims about 600 million people because of the toxicity in the food, and foodborne deaths in children about 125,000 per year. This is caused by toxicity in food, is about 200 deaths. And economic losses also is an impact to food and land misuse system about $12 trillion. The GDP of India is about close to $3 trillion. The loss because of this is about 4 times the GDP of India. So due to undernourished, about 2.4 trillion people. Due to agri-produce waste, about 1 trillion people. Due to land degradation, about 330 billion people. Due to poor farm management, about 200 million people. Due to insufficient food safety, about 110 million people. So the plight of youth and women, about 314 million unemployed and underutilized people, and about 1% of the women landowners, whereas 50% of them are the land workers and the agri workers. So the plight of youth and women. So the reason we picked again, there's an opportunity also to invest in this agriculture business. So small farmer rehabilitation and then commodity marketing and agro-biotechnology, supply chain management. These are the 4 important aspects in the agri sector that we could make a difference. That's the impact we're trying to bring by inviting all of you to come up with innovative ideas to take care of these 4 areas. Small farmer rehabilitation, commodity marketing, and we bring the biotechnology into this, and supply chain management. For example, take when in India, especially during the tomato season, a lot of tomatoes are produced, but the farmer cannot afford even a plug because of the market pricing. It is very heartening to see the farmer leaves them in the farm, and some of them even their plug, they're leaving on the road. I saw that in the news many times. If we could bring the food technology into this, food processing into the post-harvesting, that can make a big difference. So these are the things I wanted to share with you. I have other slides for the rest of the environment and energy. health and good education, but the context of today is agriculture. So because of the interest in the time, because we have so many big speakers here, I would like to close my remarks. Please invest in innovation in the food, agriculture, technology. Bring technology into the mix. And we have a very expert here, Jagan Chidkol, who came from Seattle. He came up with an IoT-based technology to advise the farmers to produce high quality and improve the efficiencies, and also post-harvesting is coming up with a way to process the food also, as well as in the supply chain mechanisms. So with this, I would like to thank each one of you for joining us today, and the need of the hour, especially for India, is to produce healthy food. And if you don't feed the people healthy food, and the consequences are we're going to spend a lot of money in medications and treatments and all those things, and unnecessarily we will be losing lives which are productive to the nation building. So with this, I would like to thank sincerely Dr. Ram Maruri, who has been instrumental in organizing this conference with the guidance from his expert teams, especially he worked with us for the last 6+ months relentlessly to bring all the experts together and guided us how to conduct an event. Because I'm far away, about 10,000 miles away. I studied here, but I never worked in India. But my heart is here, but my body is in US. So I'm very happy to see you all, and look forward to hearing from each one of you. Your ideas, your innovations, and your technologies, your process, your systems that can make a difference in the AgFoodTech space, and also take a message to home that eat healthy so that you can live healthy and be a responsible and productive citizen for this planet. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
You have been visioning new India and innovative India, and definitely anything needs money, right? So Dr. Hari has almost 38 years of his career in the investment banking. He wants to use that money in a proper manner, and he finds the right team now. Dr. G.R. Chintala, Chaudhary Garu, Jagan Chitipur, and all these stalwarts who are really want to take forward Dr. Kalamji's vision. Thank you very much, sir. It's always a great inspiration. I now request Mr. Jagan Chittiprolu, who is the Chief Managing Director of Samhita Crop Care Clinics. Without Samhita, we are not here today. Really appreciate from the bottom of my heart. Samhita, please welcome Mr. Jagan Chittiprolu.
Thank you everyone. First of all, thank you for the ESG for giving me an opportunity to speak and present Samhita Crop Care Clinic's story. And also, I'm really fortunate today to share it as with J. Chaudhary sir and Dr. Hari Ipanapelli, and also the Telangana Horticulture Vice Chancellor Neeraja Prabhakar Garu, and my friend and medical innovation technologist Dr. Jairaj, and last but not the least Dr. Shankar Garu. And so thank you again for ESG for giving me this opportunity. So today, I want to give you a couple of data points since this is a AgFoodTech conference, and so some of the data points that I wanted to show you how the Indian economy is doing and what is the total GDP, and also from an agriculture standpoint of view, food standpoint of view, how much GDP that these sectors are contributing to it. So the data point that I would like to present, if you look at it from the slide point of view, so the total India GDP standpoint of view, it's right now India is doing it approximately $3.65 trillion, and out of which the 20% of the GDP that is coming from agriculture and food sector so far, so which is the largest sector comparing to other rest of the sectors. And within this sector, almost like 45% of the employment that is being generated from entire India, and out of which the total size of the economy itself, the ag-food sector itself is almost like $500 billion. And if you look at in India, the small and marginal farmers are approximately close to 80%. And this data point gives you that how where we are in terms of the economy and from an ag-food point of view. But the India, this sector is very undisrupted and very fragmented. And if you look at it, why the undisrupted and very fragmented is because of various reasons. For instance, India is very diverse cultures. It has been very regionalized and localized. And today, why we are talking about India, and you all know that it's all about the digital India story. So when we say digital India story, India right now is growing at a pace of the GDP and on average 7 to 8% per year growth ratio, and the pace where it is growing by 2030, India would be the third largest nation. And the other area is that the communication point of view, India has been democratized. The way the number of smartphones that we have been using, approximately 34% of the people in India are using the smartphones today, and which is close to 440 million people, which is more than the size of US population size. And everywhere from village to the metropolitan cities are fully connected because of the internet. And last, the transportations. The transportations have been developed across the India, especially the rural roads have been developed and the national highways have been connected, and we all can predict the transportation time from point A to point B in a predictable manner. So, with these data points, we can all conclude that India is in the cusp of huge digital transformation, and agri-food is already contributing to 20%, and food and agri-business is a recession-proof business. Definitely, there is a huge opportunities for everyone to grow in this space. So, when you look at from an agri and technology standpoint of view, so far the startups have been penetrated in the market maybe up to 2%, which is a very small amount of the market share. So far the entire startups have been penetrated, and this data shows that it's a huge opportunity for everyone. And so when we say the digital transformation that is going to be happening in India, I want to just give you a couple of use case studies, what we have been doing on the ground from our India AgriTech company standpoint of view. Our India AgriTech startup company is Samhita Crop Care Clinics, and this has been established since last 2 years, more than 2 years, with a team of 150 people team, by building the technology innovation, by building the subject matter expertise, by having our own soil labs and water analysis labs. So we deployed a team of 150 people in Telangana state, and we have expanded in Anantapur. My team went to Anantapur day before yesterday to establish a center in Anantapur cluster. So at the ground, what we have been doing is that so far what we have done on the ground is that we have impacted approximately 10,000 acreage of the citrus orchards, and out of which each acre has got 100 trees approximately. If you look at it, so far digitally we have been monitoring 1 million trees on a continuous periodic basis, every bi-weekly. And with that, we have been capturing approximately 52 varieties of diseases through our technology lens. And I'm very, very proud to say that we have captured advisory revenue itself is a 1.5 million yearly revenue that we have been capturing. So, with this experience, I wanted to share some of the insights, what we have been capturing on the ground. And to our surprising is that when we are on the field helping the farmers, and one of the great insights that we have captured, in fact, I've shared this knowledge data point to the Telangana Horticulture Vice Chancellor in the last discussion. Almost like 60% of the plant material coming from nurseries are actually wrong plant materials, because farmers are realizing the fact after the 4 years of the planting where they cannot be able to repair further. And in addition to that, many farmers are farming with emotions. They don't even know what is their P&L. And they just spend money, they forget about the profit or loss, it goes by the flow. And other area is that many farmers are doing the farming with a chemical based farming. And first 4 years is the non-bearing period. After the 4 years, it starts bearing, and immediately they apply too much fertilizers and pesticides. With that, they get the quick benefits first few years, but they are ignoring the long-term benefits. For instance, after 8th year onwards, their plants' mortality is going to be increased, and by 12th year, the entire plants have to be removed. This is a pathetic story every farmer is facing. And the other area is that the average capital expense, the farmer is spending approximately 40 to 50% every year, where they have to spend upfront this cost on a yearly basis. And the other data point that is very, very touched personally me is that the market linkage side, because the farmers do not have any connect to the market linkages. And apparently, when I went there and met the farmers, they clearly said that all the buyers, or you can call it as a middleman, they got into syndicate, and they put a huge price pressure on the farmer during the harvesting, and there is a lot of emotions to the farmer, and eventually they have to compromise for the low price for every time during the harvesting time. The other data point that I wanted to present here is from a produce quality standpoint of view. Once the harvesting is done, the produce have been collected from the farm gate. By the time we consume, it goes to the distribution center. From there it goes to mandis. From there it goes to some small rickshaws. It goes to the retail stores. And then by the time we consume, the number of times the loading and unloading is happening from farm to all the way down to the consumer, average to 6 to 7 times. Because the supply chain is being completely broken. A lot of inefficiencies in this supply chain system. So, to solve all these problems, one cannot be able to solve these issues. Only at a multiple players are required to solve. For instance, as an example, I was stating on the planting material, government policies needs to be strongly implemented the right planting materials. And the other side, companies like us, for instance, lots of startups needs to come forward, bring a lot of innovations, technology innovations, and using the data, they can be able to give the right value to the farmer at each and every vertical. For instance, the vertical could be at an advisory services, or at input linkages, or at market linkages, or at a farm automation. So, as I said, there is only 2% of the companies have penetrated, like companies like Samhita, Bihar, Ninja Card, Waco, but everybody has an opportunity in this space. But based on my experience, I wanted to add a remark here is that there is no Amazon equivalent or Facebook equivalent of AgriTech startup and would not be there. And that's going to be period. The reason is that it's very, very complex, but when you're starting as a company, as an entrepreneur or a startup, you have to bound your problem to a specific, to either a product or a geolocation, and be very focused and solve the respective problem and add value to the farm. So with this, I wanted to close my remarks. Once again, thank you very much for ESG for giving me an opportunity to speak. And again, it's a great honor for me to have sharing a dais with Dr. J. Chowdhury and the rest of the dignitaries. Thank you again. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Jagan. You being a Harvard graduate and you being in the technology, you talking about agriculture and the farmers' issues, the farmers' problems, it's really heart-touching, and we really inspire with the actions you are really making on the ground, and with the able leader, our CEO, Dr. Shyam Sundar Reddy Garu, who is going to give a keynote on the plant health and nutrition very soon. Thank you very much. And then most awaiting our chief guest of the day, Mr. J. Chowdhury, who is the brain behind this AgFoodTech. The team has come up under his leadership. Then slowly we have been taken to about Chairman Dr. Chintala, and today we are really honored to have you here, sir. And now welcome to give your speech to the audience. Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you. Dr. Hari, other deputies of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me wildcard entry to this conference. I was not supposed to be here. When I requested Ram, I want to at least come and spend some time before I leave for airport to go to Bangalore. He immediately accepted. Thank you, Ram, for that. So I was going through the recent report published by Morgan Stanley. They said in the report that India by 2031, our GDP is going to cross $8 trillion. That's the kind of economy that they're predicting. And India is going to be the office of the world, as it is happening. If you take any IT services, any country for that matter, they're outsourcing the work to India. It's already office of the world. And they also mentioned, without particularly telling the problems in China, based on the geopolitical situation, India is going to be the factory of the world. In fact, I have seen, when I was the Special Chief Secretary to AP government, we were trying to convince Apple to set up their manufacturing facility in Andhra Pradesh. Because of their various requirements, we could not convince Apple to set up their manufacturing facility. Recently, you must have seen the newspaper, they already set up the factory in India and a large number of Apple phones are getting manufactured in India. And that trend is going to continue. And there's going to be, every city like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Pune, Chennai, we see a lot of manufacturing facilities, electronic manufacturing facilities, because India is a big consumer base itself. More than 800 million smartphones are being used today in the country. And you would take any electronic gadgets. India is the country where it can consume the new electronic gadgets. Apart from that, our labor costs are lower, the technologically very advanced, and the other geopolitical issues are also not there. So that's why they predict that India is going to be the factory of the world. I am predicting, I don't know whether it's all up to you, India should be the football of the world. Is it possible?
Yes.
Can we make it?
Yes.
Yeah, we are already doing, but still a long way to go. See, I'll tell you, when I sold my company to NVIDIA, I thought I should take Nirvana in IT, and I want to get into organic farming. The reason why I want to get into organic farming, during that time in my village, a lot of my relatives, they got into this terminal disease like cancer, heart attacks and all that. All of them, though they could treat some of them and could treat their patients, but the entire family became a kind of a better community. So during that phase of when the patient was in the some corporate hospitals and all that in Bangalore, Hyderabad, wherever they admitted, and the kind of money they spent thinking that they are going to save the patient, they sold their properties, they took loans, personal loans, and whatever loans at a very, very high interest. By the time the patient came back, all the family members became beggars. And this situation is continuing entire rural India because they don't have the mechanism, they don't have the insurance to cover all that. Not only that, when they come to Hyderabad city like Hyderabad, the hotel cost and so many, not just one occasion. Cancer like diseases, they have to come several times. And every time they come and go out of the hospital, several lakhs of rupees to the hospital, plus other. So this situation is really making entire rural India like a begging community. All the farmers who had 50 acres plus land, they were very wealthy farmers, and today they are beggars. So looking at that this thing, I thought I should do some fundamental. Why they are getting caught in these corporate hospitals? Because of eating habits. See, when I was a child, I used to eat all ragi mudda and millet-based rotis and all that. That used to be the staple food in my village. In fact, eating rice only in during the festival time, maybe marriages time, and we were allowed to use the rice kind of recipes. Today, unfortunately, after the free rice supplied to all the villages and all that, they stopped eating millet-based products. They only eat highly polished rice, and now they are getting into, there is no immunity for them, and they are getting into all kinds of these diseases. So we need to address the root cause. See, if we don't have healthy India, whatever the report says, we will not be able to achieve that. How do we make healthy Bharat? We have to address the fundamental root cause is the food, what we eat, right? All of us, you must be aware that this thing, why we are getting more diabetic cases, more this thing. Main root cause is the food. See, not only that, India can become food power of the world. First of all, we have to take care of our own country, Bharat. We have to make Bharat a healthy Bharat. Then everything else can happen. We are capable of doing anything at this point of time. The way technology companies are coming to India, not only the big MNCs, the startup companies like T-Hub, there are several startup companies are incubated here. Many of them may become unicorns. At one side, we are showing to the world that yes, technology India is number one. We are going to make apples of the world or Microsoft the world from India. That's going to happen. That's one of the reasons why Morgan Stanley report says that India's economy is going to be $8 trillion plus economy, and India's software exports, the report says, is going to triple. What it is today is going to triple. That means number of jobs, IT jobs created is going to be tripled again. So all those things are good, provided we will make our people healthy. If our IT employees are not healthy, for example, in Hyderabad, all the IT employees are not healthy. The productivity comes down and the cost, healthcare cost goes up. So all these issues are again going to paramount. So root cause of this is food. And all of you are here. You're all coming from the agriculture and the food technologies. It's a great opportunity for startups also. See, startups, whenever there is a problem, there is an opportunity for startup. There are umpteen number of problems in the agriculture and food sector. And India is a big market, 1.5 billion people. You don't have to export. India itself is such a big country for any agri and good food products. So food safety and food security is paramount important. Not at the global context, just at the Indian context. If you have to take care of our 1.5 billion people, food safety and food security. These are the two fundamental things. If we are able to solve, as Dr. Hari was mentioning, sustainable agriculture. That was the reason why we started the conference, the idea of the conference. Why sustainable agriculture is not happening? Because I have seen myself, we invested money in 500 acres organic farming in my village, thinking that I am going to create a role model in organic farming. Somehow I failed. Though I was able to succeed all my two startups, Photo Player and the other Talent Spring, but I could not succeed in my agriculture project. There are umpteen number of problems, starting from the labor. Labor issue is a big issue. Today, none of the labor wants to come to the field. Earlier, 4 o'clock they used to get up and they used to go to the fields. Today, we have to give them a chicken biryani. Some people are demanding even a beer bottle, and still they work only for 2-3 hours. So how a farmer can think of, and there is no incentive for them because everything is given to them free of cost. We are making them lazy. The lazy rural India is going to, all the prospects, whatever Morgan Stanley is telling, that cannot happen if you keep on feeding the people without any work. So this is the fundamental thing which we thought, how do we solve this problem? How do we, is there any way technologically, being robotics, this thing and stuff, labor not available in your farm, whether these robots can do the plucking, robots can do all the other farming activities, but still we are not there, and that's an opportunity for startup. So the reason why we are having this conference in T-Hub, a technology hub, we are to bring a fusion between the agriculture, food sector with the technology. Probably I think technology startup companies like or Chitty Prolu, whatever he is doing, I think he has brought a great technology. All of you should visit his stall. So this kind of technology should be made available. I told him, make it little cost effective so that a marginalized farmer also can afford to have his instrument and get the data. If he has got good data at the right time, probably he will be able to do right kind of farming activities. It's a great opportunity, but it's a responsibility, great responsibility to all the citizens of this great nation. We have to protect. There's no point in criticizing, government is not doing, somebody is not doing. What is that we are doing? Fundamentally ask yourself, can I do something to help this, remove this root cause? If that thought comes to you, some solutions will emerge. But keep on doing the same way. I was told in North India, there is a cancer train between Delhi and Haryana or Chandigarh. So why cancer train? Because every day they eat chemicals. Same thing is happening across the nation. Cancer rate is, I saw only one cancer hospital about 2 years back in combined AP. Today, how many? Prati Vidro cancer hospital just what is the reason? Food. Food is the reason. Can we afford our citizens to die with that kind of terminal diseases? Can we afford to take that risk? It is a responsibility. All of us think about solving the problem. If the startup companies coming, help him, get a funding for him, see that he is successful. If he is successful, others also will follow. Today, why many people are not coming to the food and agri sector? Because there are no successful stories. Maybe one or two here and there. Whereas in technology, there are a number of successful unicorns. So we have to shift the trend. We have to make many food and agri startups also to become successful. That's where maybe Dr. Hari should think of creating a fund exclusively for that social impact, exclusively for that sector. If you are able to provide that oxygen at the right time to the startup companies, then probably new solutions will emerge, new innovative solutions will emerge, and the country will, new Bharat, healthy Bharat can be, we can create a healthy Bharat. In fact, Naveen was always talking about innovation at the bottom of the pyramid. That's the greatest opportunity today we have. Innovation not in the urban cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore and all that. We have to go to the village. What are the innovative steps? What are the innovative ways that we can bring the innovation at the grassroots level? And that's a big opportunity for startups. So we have to encourage innovation at the bottom of the pyramid. I think that the whole country can prosper, and we can really, whatever Morgan Stanley said, $8 trillion economy, maybe we will become $80 trillion economy. So with this, I once again thank all of you for sparing your valuable time. Don't leave the thought after listening to speeches and all that. Think about the action plan. That's what I told Dr. Hari also when he requested me to head the AgFood Technology Conference. Sir, this conference we should not do just a Me-Too conference. People will come, give versions, give presentations, afterwards everybody leaves and there is no follow-up action. This conference should have some measurable metrics. What are the decisions we have taken? How many startups that we have identified? Is there any follow-up action? Is there anything which is happening? By the time we go to the next year's conference, there has to be at least a couple of startups should succeed and provide solutions to the marginalized farmer. If that is not happening, just having a conference, a Me-Too like conference, there are dime a dozen conferences happening in this country. Let us not get into that kind of a mode. We should have a result-oriented conference. After this conference, I request Dr. Ram and Hari and all the participants to see that how do we measure our success of this conference. By the time we go to the next conference, demonstrate these successes. With this, I wish you all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for a very, very inspiring speech that can motivate and inspire all of us to take action. As you rightly said, this thought has to have a plan, and plan has to be implemented to yield some meaningful results that are measurable, and there has to be an impact on the ground. Certainly we will. That's a theme we started with, and we are committed to do that, sir. Thank you so much. And now, in spite of your busy schedule, you are here to guide us today, and we'll continue to work with you on this AgFoodTech 360 follow-up action items. And also, we're creating this fund also, and we are good. About $4 billion in equity and $16 billion in debt. We are already in the process, and we have a commitment of raising $1 billion towards this. So these are the kind of things we need to take action, because we need one side strategy and the think tank, which is the ESG Foundation is doing, and also the other side, the funding. These are the two essential elements. That's the reason there's a fund and there's a thought. They have to emerge and collaborate and complement each other, and that's the intent of this conference, to bring all the stakeholders together to really make a difference on the ground. And we are committed to do that. Thank you very much, sir. I know you have to go to Bangalore, and in spite of your busy schedule, we are ever grateful. Now, next I would like to introduce Ms. Neeraja Prabhakar. She's the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Horticulture University of the Telangana State. So she took some time off to be with us and share her experiences on the sustainability side. I would like to sincerely welcome Ms. Neeraja Prabhakar to address the gathering.
Before that, as Chaudhary wants to leave for the airport, he's in a hurry. We want to honor him for his presence here. And Dr. Hari and all the guests of honor. We request to honor our chief guest of the event, AgFoodTech 360 today. Thank you.
List of honors and the most important personalities, Sri Hari Kirpali garu and Jared Roy garu and Jayraj Kumar garu, Dr. Jayraj Kumar garu and Abhishek garu and dignitaries after us, very good morning. So already about the sustainable goals of that was covered and all the things. So I am skipping that introduction. So now our aim is major transformation in agriculture and food system is to end the hunger and achieve food security and as well as the nutritional security. That is most important thing. So that these are the targets by 2030. So in this sustainable goals, no poverty, zero hunger. The third one is good health, which was elaborately discussed by Sri Chaudhary garu. So the main cause of the illness like cancer, that is lacking of the healthy food. So then today's this is the goal 9th, that is related to our agri startups, that is the industry, innovation and infrastructure. So as you know that these sustainable development goals are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. As you know that by 2020 in India, the production volume of instant food, that is around to be 490,000 metric tons. And we need is to increase the agricultural production by 70% by 2050. And if you see that actually, the food consumption diversity index, so as I said by Chaudhary garu, so previously in olden days we used to eat a lot of millets other than the rice items. So now we are completely shifted to the rice. So that index that is increased to 0.43 in 1983 to it is 0.55 in 2011. That means now it is a blessing in disguise, we don't know, because of the COVID-19. So there is a lot of change in food eating habits and they giving more importance to the consumption of fruits and vegetables, which are a rich source of minerals, proteins, and they are called as a protective foods. So the demand for the cereal-based commodities are now declining, and the high-value commodities like fruits, vegetables, and dairy, meat, fish is rising. So if you see the consumption of the cereals, it is 168 kg in 1983, and it's coming down to the 133 kg in 2011. The same time, if you see the situation, the availability of the per capita availability of the foods, that is increased from 133 grams per person per day, that is in 2004-05, to 200 grams per person per day by the last 2 years, that is 2020. At the same time, the availability of the vegetables also it is increased from 264 grams to the 401 grams per person per day. So as suggested by NIN, we are supposed to take total of around 500 grams of fruits, vegetables, along with the leafy vegetables. And if you see that what are the actions that are make food production more sustainable, just a list of the points. That is the use of the natural resources very efficiently. So that may be the land available or the water available, so that we have to get the more yield, that is the more productivity per unit of land, per unit of the water. So that is how our team said that more crop per drop, that is the one. Then optimum utilization of the fertilizers. So you will see that actually in 1960 the yield recovery ratio is about 25 kg per each 1 kg use of NPK, that is nitrogen, phosphorus and potash. But if you see now today the situation, so by that is decreased to the 6 kgs per each application of the 1 kg NPK. That shows that there is a decline in response to the applied fertilizers. So here farmers have to be educated. Just simply putting the chemical fertilizers does not increase the yield. Rather than it was the situation, it reduces the healthy condition of the soil. So we have to pay attention. That is the one thing. Then as I said by Sri Harigaru, so reducing the use of the plastics. So that that starts from in the cultivation level to the actually food packaging also. So use and throw things. So these are to be minimized to save our Mother Earth. As I said, so our university is working with some of the partnership with that. One is the Sahasra first, then ADGC biotechnology, that is Sahasra is working with the healthy soil amendments that can be used. Our students are conducting research, and the ADGC is working on use of the environmental friendly, the disruptive mating mechanism of fruit fly management in so different kinds of fruit crops like mango, guava, sitafal, like that. And as I said, the Samhita Siva is here, and Chitprolu garu and Shamsundar Reddy garu. We have tie-up with the Samhita, who are working on the sweet orange. Already our students are working in their field like scouting technology, working on scouting technology of the sweet orange and how to get the good quality fruits, and as well as how to identify the quality, the buddings of the citrus. So we are focusing on that one. Then what are the actually solutions for sustainable food future? One is shift to the healthier, more sustainable diets. So here I want to quote one practical study that research conducted, which is published in Journal of Cleaner Production. So here there are the 3 types of food habits. One is the meat-based one. Then the second one, vegetarian meal. Then the third one, vegan meal. Vegan meal means that is without any dairy products, means to call. So using any animal-based products, though they are considered like cheese, milk, curd also. So as per their estimation, so it is started from the cradle to the plate using the life cycle assessment. So in this one, so what it imports, so if you are eating like meat-based one, so that is causing about 14 times of higher environmental impact. Then coming to the vegetable meal-based, that means like including your curd or like milk, etc. So this is having like 3 times higher than the vegan-based that environmental impact. So what is environmental impact? As I said, it is causing like a global warming and the disturbance of the soil, like terrestrial acidification, then depletion of the water, especially use of these nitrate fertilizers, which will cause the eutrophication, freshwater eutrophication. So as I said before, so that is the main reason for the cancer, the nitrates in the water, which has to be taken care. So here, just with some of the important points, like how we had to go for the sustainable agriculture and horticulture. That is one thing. By crop diversification or integrated farming system. So rather than going for the sole cropping, so the intercropping or multiple cropping, and the cropping with the using the dairy, so poultry, etc. Then with minimal disturbance of the soil to avoid the soil erosion, then use of the biostimulants, and as well as we have to maintain the pest and diseases by with the minimum use of the chemicals. So these are the things we have to take care in case of the agriculture or horticulture, any cultivation. So here we have the technology. Only the technology has to be taken to the farmer's field with properly educating them. That is the main important thing. So if we transfer this technology, definitely we will achieve this healthy food goal. Then coming to the second thing here is today's, that is agri-startups. So next to China and USA, we are in third position, and this is a startup ecosystem. So it is happy that actually World Intellectual Property Organization is announcing that India is the leading innovative artist of 2019-20. So in all Central and Southern Asian region. So here, one thing, so here tea hub, if you see the tea hub, it is having around 4,287 startups. But coming to the unicorns, so one or two out of that one we have only, so from our state, 2 unicorns. That shows the importance we have to work rigorously, and it has to be put into the action. That is the most important thing. So one more thing I want to tell, we have to conserve our native biodiversity, germplasm related to the fruits or vegetables or agriculture field crops, everything. We should not lose it. That is the most important. For example, you can say in case of the Manipur, that is the black rice is one thing which is got the GI indication, and from our university side we operate for GI for Chapta Michi, a Farangal region, which is world famous one with the high actually color content. That is capsaicin is less, and so capsanthen is more. So that is a very important. So like that we have to conserve our systems, biodiversity. The species. So coming to the end of that one, if you see the way forward for the production and the profitability of the sustainable agriculture, the 3 components, that is the innovations, what today we are discussing, then incentives, the farmers who are following, the entrepreneurs who are following that eco-friendly measures, for them we have to encourage, and institutions like government as well as private institutions has to contribute towards achieving this sustainable goal. So the skilled force and adoption of the technology like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things. So all these, so these are the initiatives taken by the digital, that is like Digital India, then Atal Innovation Missions, so Make in India, the Skill India and Startup India. So these are helping to the position the Indian economy for the growth as an innovation economy. So we can lead to that one. So my request is, so discuss and interact, and my students also here from my university. So you have to interact and through the network and gain the knowledge. So focus on it. And one thing I want to announce, our student Chetana, she actually worked on one startup like algae based amines. That is, so when they interact with the IMT Shamshabad area, so that student group, they got the first prize of 25,000. I'm happy to announce on this one. So I wish you all the best. This conference will bring new startups for the benefit of the both farmers and healthy food. Thank you.
Those things, the madam's direction, we are going to work on that. Thank you, madam, for extending your support. Another gentleman, Mr. Krishna Bhagavatam, he has to leave. He's part of the inaugural. I request Mr. Krishna Bhagavatam to join us and give his remarks. Yeah, please.
Taxing the arbitrary vision of expanding its presence by providing required scientific and business development expertise to clients and distributors and partners. We support scientific community and channel partners of tracks, MICE models and services. We work with customers, leaders, distributors in offering integrated solutions towards enhancing scientific aids of research community. Krishna has over 2 decades of experience working in the life sciences and healthcare industries, with global experience working in India, Australia and US. He has worked in various senior level roles with multinational organizations such as Agile Technologies, Accounting Business Sciences, Intertech and Global Value Technologies. Krishna recently completed his MBA in General Management from the University of Adelaide, South Australia. He has PhD from Hyderabad State University in the area of clinical bioanalytical chemistry with specialization in molecular medicine and masters in microbiology from Osmania University, India.
Good morning to everyone, and I think good afternoon. I want to thank Mr. Hari and also Mr. for giving this opportunity. It really is indeed a great honor for me to be here to understand how the Indian scenario at the ground level is changing, and also on this perspective, I do want to share a few thoughts about how we can really take this into the different dimensions of working together, as well as connecting with people with my global experience, and also what I'm seeing in the Indian ground level scenario of traveling extensively all over the country, from south to north and from east to west, of visiting and meeting with various food manufacturing companies and also food testing labs, and at the same time also trying to interact with various ground level people that I have seen who are either consumers or producers, or at the same time also end users. So I think before we start this, I also want to try to inculcate or try to look into some of our ancient Indian philosophies and Vedic philosophies, which always touch my heart with the slokam of Anam Parabrahma Swarupam, what they say. And also it's not just that it is the universal form of God, the food that we eat, but also we have Aham Brahmasmi, where we have the divine spirit inside our physical body. So when you try to relate this with the universe that we are living in, it definitely indeed is a very important element of trying to get the food safety evaluated and looked into how we can try to create a safe environment for not just for us, but even the future generation that we're talking about. Currently, when we look into the food that we consume, we do talk about various levels of adulteration that we are seeing. But what is critically important is the terms of safety that we talk about, either in the sense of this grassroots level when we start sowing the seeds, at the same level also taking it forward to the harvesting and consuming to the people that we are. And the way we can really connect it into the people's health is by creating a lot of awareness. And the awareness is very, very important in a country like India, what we're talking about. When I visited to various food testing or food manufacturing companies, there is a lot of discussion that goes into doing the food testing as per the Food Safety Standards and Authorities of India, basically FSSAI, which has come a long way since 2008-9 till where we are right now. But what is actually very, very important, or the connecting gap that we can talk about here, is taking it to a step further or bringing it closer in terms of not just at the government level or import-export regulations level, but at the level of consuming for people that we're talking about. How we can really create a safe environment. And on that path, I think what is important is when we start having these kind of events, taking these kind of events further to the grassroots level of places such as colleges, universities, and various other levels into the grassroots rural areas and semi-urban areas as well, and creating the path of how safe food is critically important. That is one aspect. And the next aspect also is collaborating with the government regulatory bodies, which actually is also a very, very important initiative, what I'm seeing here happening. And working with government regulatory bodies can help us also frame the regulations and make sure those regulations are implemented. So we see here that whatever food is being exported into the US or Australia or Singapore, it gets tested as per the regulatory guidelines. And without meeting those guidelines, the food cannot be exported to any other countries. And with the food that we are consuming locally also, if we can create the same level of awareness and the same level of understanding, I think majority of the generations can really remain healthy, energetic, at the same time also try to take it to the level of how we can take the planet further with the next generations. At the same time also, I think to conclude, what I see here, the purpose of this event, the conference that we are creating, it's very beautifully aligned to the plant nutrition, the animal health and nutrition, to the food technology, to the equipment and data. So when we talk about all these four things, whether it's input, throughput, output, the in-process to the out-process, how it is going out, these connections together, what we are building, I think is laying the foundation. And this foundation is so very important that the way we take this forward, the way we organize, be it in the plant health and how we work collaboratively with the farmers across the country, taking not only in the region like Samhita is working on, but taking it to the national level of connecting the dots and working together with the farmer that we have across the country, I think creates a very, very strong foundation. Because we do see different zones and different regions of the country having different level of produce. At the same time, animal health and nutrition, when we talk about dairy, poultry industry that we are working with, or be even at the research level of small animals and the large animals that we are working with, working collaboratively with the equipment and instrumentation companies where we can bring the testing solutions to the farmers and to the dairy industries is also very important. When we talk about the foot and mouth disease that we see in the animal industry, which affects a lot of dairy industry, cattle, how we can bring those solutions to the farmer. Those level of all activities coming together can really help us to take to the much successful path forward. On that note, I wish everyone here a very great time in working and interacting with. And I want to thank Mr. Hari Appunapalli for giving me this privilege and working with the team members here, and also Mr. Jagan, and a great time for the organization and the conference that we are planning to start with. And I wish much more bigger success, and I think we can do this globally, nationally and internationally. Thank you.
Vatula, it's amazing. I just met him about 5 days ago at Ravindra Bharati, and one of our close common friends introduced me. And learning about his background, I said, please make every effort to be part of this conference. And kindly obliged. We are ever grateful, and we look forward to working with you and bringing the leadership to really realize whatever the aims and objectives of the 360 conference. And we will be part of our core team. Thank you so much. We have another very stellar background guest here, Dr. Ravi Shankar. I would like to request Jagan Chitupro to gracefully introduce Dr. Ravi Shankar.
His name is Dr. Ravi Shankar, and about his experience, his background, is first of all, he's an entrepreneur, investor, mentor, primarily focusing on AgFoodTech industry. And also, he's also a visiting faculty in large business schools in India, primarily focusing on computer vision, artificial intelligence and deep technologies. Almost like more than 30 years of industry experience. He has been in this AgFoodTech by helping the governments by creating the policies at a data level and also at a agricultural policies. He was very instrumental to create those policies. And past experience, he grew up in the ladder in large enterprises such as companies like ICA, Blackstone, Dell, and GE. And last but not the least, he was very instrumental to bring the technology to Farmers Produce Organization, which is called FPO. And his heart is with ag and food. So please join with me to welcome Dr. Ravi Shankar.
Thanks, Jagan, Dr. Hari, Jairaj. I'll not give a long lecture. I have thousand thoughts to share, but I'll just limit to 4 or 5 in maybe 30, 60 seconds. So, good morning, good afternoon. The first thought I would like to share is about the conference itself, or this event, AgFoodTech 360. I remember it was 7 to 9 months back when we got started. Actually, Chaudhary Garu, who went to live to Bangalore, he was the one who seeded the thought, literally. And thanks to folks like Ram, I cannot but take his name, right? Ram, Hari, all of us, right? So we got started thinking that we should have. So the purpose of this conference is it's an annual recurring event. So every year, December 5th, come what may, we will conduct this event. So this is the first event in that series. Yeah, number 1. Number 2, the idea was to get different stakeholders. See, agriculture is not easy. It's not like IT. Yeah, it's not like coding, Java or Python. Agriculture is the most riskiest business on planet Earth, but it's the oldest. But I believe it is at the confluence of data, technology, and agriculture where you can do magic. Yeah. But the thing is, how do you scale? So there are a lot of issues on agri-tech startups. I can go on and on till the cows come home actually, but I'll reserve my thoughts. First thing is, we wanted to get different stakeholders, policy makers. For example, I have Dr. Senthil, very senior principal scientist from NARM. NARM is a ICAR institute. So they are into policy framing, research, etc., etc. A lot of research in agriculture happens in the public sector. There are more than 500 odd research institutes in agriculture in India. People do not even know them. There are a lot of agri-researchers who are unsung heroes. Maybe we know one Dr. Swaminathan, for example. Like that, we have numerous scientists who are toiling day and night. So a lot of research happens in the public sector, but doesn't reach the farmer. In fact, I remember late in the 60s, Dr. Swaminathan once remarked, he told that there's this lab to land, huge gap between lab to land. All the research that's happening in public sector labs never reach the small and marginal farmers. It is true even today. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, what to leave, she also alluded to that fact. So the idea was to get policymakers, investors, venture capitalists, private equity players, agri-tech startups, all on one platform. This platform is this. The idea is not to have too many talking sessions and lecturing sessions, but to get all the different stakeholders so that they can interact, they can have some social networking session and then take it forward. That's the first point I wanted to share. The second point I wanted to share was startups. I believe startups have the power to change the game. They are transformative by definition, by default. Why? A startup is there to solve the problem. So I was saying that startups, I personally have a lot of conviction in startups because startups are transformative. They solve a real problem. Yeah? If you're not solving a real problem, you're not a startup. So especially agri-tech startups. Agriculture is potent and pregnant with thousands of possibilities, thousands of problems. Yeah? Right from soil to seed to harvest to post-harvest. We say from soil to shelf or farm to fork. There's plenty of opportunities, plenty of problems. Now today's day and age, it's all the more difficult. You add climate change. Now if you just add climate change, the issue of climate change to agriculture, it becomes all the more riskier. right from crop insurance. So many opportunities are there for technology and data to come together and create magic. I've seen so many startups that are there and doing wonderful jobs. So AgTech startups can do what public sector, non-for-profit has not been able to do for the last 70, 80 years. That's the power of AgTech startups. One. The second point, third point I wanted to share was, now this is the month of December, right? The union government is into the policy making mode already. So the union finance minister is taking suggestions from different industry associations and policy organizations and advocacy groups. I can see Changal Reddy sir is here. So he has been very active. So the finance ministry reached out to one of the organizations that I'm associated just 15 days back and asked me, Dr. Ravi Shankar, can you give me one recommendation? One recommendation. If you get 60 seconds with Nirmala, she was in Bangalore last week. I met her. I told her, please incentivize AgTech startups. If you can incentivize AgTech startups, they will create employment, they will create food, they will create processing opportunities, they will create the circular economy. Rural India does well. You know what? We are now looking at 7%, 8% growth rate. It can be much higher. But the engine to that, the mantra for that growth rate is agriculture. If our farmers, especially small holders, are prosperous and happy, the nation is happy. If India is happy, we can be the food bomb to the globe. Actually, if you look at it during the Russia-Ukraine conflict, just in that 6 months, the wheat exports from India went up 3x. We export spices, we've been exporting fruits, vegetables, spices, pulses, everything for ages. India, we are blessed to grow right from apple to apricot, from rice to ragi, everything can be grown. The question is quality, right? Quality is an issue. Structural issues, there are a lot of vexed structural issues that don't go away. All this can be resolved through data and technology. It holds a lot of promise. But the key thing for AgTech startup is how to scale up. Now, I see that currently I am meeting around 25 startups, AgTech startups. They come to a particular point, but they're not able to scale. They take a technology solution to 1,500, 200, 2,000, 5,000 farmers. But how do you take it to 5 million farmers? How do you take it to 15 million farmers? Now, that's the challenge. For that, you need good domain expertise. Domain expertise means people who understand farming, people who are farming, people who live in villages. So I think this is the key, and I believe this platform will help in that towards that goal. The last point, and I promise I'll stop, is that among the investment community, among the VCs, we are saying that the winter is setting. Among the private equity, we are saying that the winter is setting. But if you look at the funding that the AgTech startup has attracted, it has kind of beaten the trend. Last 1 year, AgTech startups in India have attracted $1.5 billion as compared to $450 million from 2014 to 2020. All other sectors are witnessing a downturn, but AgTech startups, they are picking up the trend. Number one. And among Asia Pac, Indian AgTech startups have the highest growth rate, even higher than China. So this is a matter of pride. Despite all the problems that we have, there are a lot of bright spots that are there. I believe AgFoodTech 360, the forum that we have created, the first session, the first time that we are meeting, we meet every year. I hope that this ecosystem will enable what we have spoken, nutrition security, India being a leading exporter of food and food-related products. It will include even medicinal plants. So it will include aquaculture also. We are doing all of this, but we need to do better and more. The thing is, India is the largest producer of most commodities. Milk, we are the largest producer. Shrimps, we are one of the biggest producers. Spices, name the spices, we are the biggest producers. Coffee, we are third largest producer. But the question is quality, number one, and number two, yield, productivity. When it comes to yield or productivity, we are number 10, number 12, number 13. We are way below many small nations. So I believe efficiency, we have to bring in efficiency in agriculture. The only way we can bring in efficiency in agriculture is through technology and data. And that's where AgTech startups have such a huge potential to play. With this, I will stop, and I hope all the people who have come here, I wanted to thank you on my own behalf and on behalf of the organizers and the partners, all the sponsors, and to NARD, our public sector research institute, and to many others, young startups. I can see a lot of AgTech entrepreneurs who have come, some of my friends. Thank you so much, and I wish that you have a productive and a knowledgeable session today. Thank you so much.
I now request the Coromandel Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. T.V. Subbareddy to take the dais, and also Dr. Senthil Kumar from AITNR, the Chief Executive Officer of AITNR. I request you to be on the dais, sir. And these are the main stalwarts who are taking this vision forward. I want you to be here, please. Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar is our president of ESG organization, and he has been very kind enough and generous to support this dream, take it forward. We need some people and some money or whatever those things we are getting from our president, our chairman, and many other great people. Dr. Jairaj Kumar is an entrepreneur. He is a medical doctor. He has been there in America for more than 10 plus years. And his heart is not in the medical practice, and he wanted to invent some devices, and he invented and he has got some good number of patents. He has become a medical entrepreneur, and for affordable quality healthcare, Dr. Jairaj is known, and now he has come up with great diagnostics business where he wanted to support the ground level supporting people like drivers of the cabs, many things in his mind to take it in affordable quality and care side. I now request Dr. C. Jairaj Kumar to give welcome remarks.
What we have plans for this ESG in the next couple of months, what we intend to do, and what's our commitments. So this is the two things that I would like to discuss here. First thing, health, food safety is most important. Say for instance, right now we are in an obesity epidemic. So we find everybody around is fat. I am myself fat. So we are in a chronic positive food energy balance. So this could be a lifestyle, this could be the kind of food that we are eating, the kind of stuff that we are eating that is resulting in diseases. Say for instance, I pick up something, let's talk about diabetes. We have about 532 million people living with diabetes right now globally. And about by 2045, this is going to go up to 783 million people. And 352 million people have impaired glucose fasting levels today. So what is the reason for everything? Say for instance, I have come to meet you all guys today. I have to eat what I have provided. So there are 3 A's: affordability, availability, and accessibility of food. Say for instance, I want to have a low calorie diet, but I don't have a choice. But I have to eat what has been given. And maybe I have an access to the preferred diet, but it is very expensive. I can't afford it. And say for instance, I am affordable, but still the food I want is not accessible. So these 3 A's are the key things that are determining why there is a diabetic epidemic, why there is an obesity epidemic here. Now how do we address this? So for a diabetic patient, a meal of choice is not guaranteed and it's not available. He can't have a choice for it. So that's the reason we have no other option but to kind of end up in diseases. Now what do we do to prevent this? Say for instance, today you go to any corporate office, they give you a coffee. Why they give you a coffee? Because it has been packaged in a way that it's very easily accessible and it is stress-free. And anybody wants, they just press a button and then you get a milk, you get a coffee, and then it's served on to any visitor. Now, how do we do this in giving a healthy food, healthy nutrition? So this needs an opportunity for people to come together. So for instance, one of my friends has come up with an alternative to Ola Uber in Bangalore. So what we were trying to do here is, how do we make this healthy food accessible? Like we have a smartphone, we can package something so that he can sell something in addition to being a driver. So a cab is going and then you have an app or something like that, and then you get to see where the healthy food is available. And if a bunch of Ola, instead of the car coming, they deliver the food to you where they have the accessible food. So these are some of the thoughts that are going, when people are able to sell sandwiches, biscuits and coffees in aircrafts, why can't people sell healthy nutrition which is affordable to a normal layperson who is standing on the road? So this is a kind of some innovation that we need to pull up and get things. And I just want to pick up another stuff which people would have not been, have not spoken much about it. We also have another D epidemic going on as far as dementia epidemic, memory loss. So there is also a nice Ravi Teja movie, Vasu Manaku, memory loss. So basic thing is dementia is a serious epidemic right now. So we are talking about healthy food, healthy nutrition, longevity of the population is going up. We have diseases like Parkinson's, we have diseases like Alzheimer's. So what is this Parkinson's and what is an Alzheimer's disease? So if you ask a layman, he says there is a hormone, there is a neurotransmitter called dopamine and it's gone. But why did this neurotransmitter dopamine has gone up? What is the reason behind this neurotransmitter dopamine getting knocked out? So earlier, people thought it is a neurodegeneration with age, the neurons dying and people are getting. But today we get to understand that this is a disease that is caused by a specific interleukin alpha and tumor necrosis factor which is getting elevated in your brain, and thereby results in accumulation of a protein called alpha-synuclein, and this alpha-synuclein gets accumulated in the neuron cells, thereby it triggers regeneration. Why is this alpha-synuclein getting accumulated? Because people are consuming too much of saturated fatty acids. This too much of consumption of saturated fatty acids is stimulating the body cells to secrete interleukin alpha and tumor necrosis factor. Thereby the cells are undergoing neurodegeneration. Now tell me, today we have a lot of dementia patients. So the treatment is only for symptomatic treatment. Nobody is controlling the regression of the disease. Nobody is underlying that. Nobody is maintaining the pathological base of the disease. So if somebody can come up with a diet which is very, very rich in polyunsaturated fatty acids, so we have a solution here. We can prevent the dementia epidemic. So dementia epidemic is something that's not talked about. And 45% of the population after the age of 50 years suffer from this dementia epidemic. And all these are things where it is not a medicine that's going to solve your problem, but it's your food. So healthy food security and healthy food accessibility and healthy food availability is the most important thing right now that is needed. And we need to have an interdisciplinary collaboration with a mix of technology, with a mix of everything, and we have to work out to make the innovations. We have been seeing a lot of millets and stuff like that, and we're all coming to automation, like how do we make this healthy food available to people? Say for instance, we have to develop an affordable, low-cost, easily accessible solution, and somebody comes to your office. The way we give a coffee, we should be in a position to give them a healthy food supplement, healthy food stuff, so that things become very accessible. So this is the thing that we recommend from the medical perspective. And now, leaving this apart, so what is that we see in the ESG foundation in the next couple of days? See, basically right now, we are really focused on the outcomes. We wanted to constitute a committee, and we wanted to pick up capable and really capable entrepreneurs and really give them a focused support. We want to give them some space, and we wanted to set up serious interactions with capital partners who can actually give them investment, and we just want to set up a focused approach. So when we were discussing about this event, Ram is a single person who has been driving selflessly to make all these things happen. And circumstances because of COVID and various other reasons, we all could not give the kind of support that he needed from his back end. But I think in the coming months, there will be a very serious effort, and we also wanted to make this ESG foundation sustainable. So we are looking at opportunities, maybe if we have some corpus to be invested. So if we find any good technology that wherein we can scalably invest, we are looking at it. And with this thing, I am very sure that the next couple of years, we should be in a position to make serious difference, and we should be in a position to create a better platform, a more serious platform where we give regular interactions. We have our office coming up, and we are now planning to. We have partnered with about 15-20 capitals, so where every 15 days, every bi-weekly, every monthly, we will have regular serious interactions, so which are outcome based. So we just don't want to talk, but we just want to take it to the next level, and we just want to commit. And when I was a student in Manipal, I had the opportunity to interact with Dr. Kalam. Dr. Kalam wanted to pick up people who have done innovations. So he used to call us, and he used to believe that people can change. And he helped me by connecting me to several number of people, and the humility, the humbleness, what Dr. Kalam has brought so far, we have seen the same spark again in Dr. Harigar. So that's what is, he has been selfless. He has been doing everything for the betterment of society. And this is the great thing that has inspired me to associate with this organization. And I seriously wish, with all of your support and with all of your commitments, we should be in a position to bring this ESG foundation in a way that we deliver to all your requirements, to all your support, and we hope we cater to all of your necessities and requirements at any given point of time. And with this, I conclude my speech, and I thank everybody for here.
Thank you, Tejas Kumar. So you covered our animal health and nutrition side of the discussion here. And I have a request to the Vice Chairman of Coromandel. He wanted to felicitate our dear Chairman Dr. Hari Ippanapalli for a minute. We'll take a pause for a minute.
So the person who is insisted to do this is I could not refuse. Mr. C.H. Bhadra is the founder and chairman for the World Environmental Organization, WEO. So thank you, Bhadra, for doing this honor. I'm ever grateful for the contributions to protect the environment and also promoting the voice of the people to strengthen the world with a clean, green and environment. Thank you so much.
Good number of entrepreneurs, startups. There are well-wishers for this program, AgFoodTech. We are happy. I am from Indian Council of Agriculture Research under the Ministry of Agriculture and Scientists, taking care of the startup ecosystem in agriculture. And in fact, we are very fortunate to be a part of this today's event. As a government and another organization joined together, taking the roadway for strengthening the startup system, as Dr. Ravishankar said, today the promotion of agriculture startup has become more important today. As I have seen a good number of startup ecosystem, when I look into that, either in the name of the medical device or the industrial biotechnology, agriculture startup contributes very less percentage. It needs incentivization. What Dr. Ravishankar said, it's very important today. The reason is startups require a longer gestation period for output. compared to the other technological output. Today, large number of people are coming with the startup knowledge, like coming with very innovative ideas in other sectors. If you take it in medical devices, a good number of technologies are coming up. The reason is the product will become little. They can work for 2 years, 1 year, 3 years. The product is out and they are able to market it. But in case of agriculture startup, identification of the major problem, though it is going to address a large number of farmers community, the startup required identification of problem is the major issues. If they identified and the solution and the gestation period for validating their technology, it is a very hard shot. So now we have to support the system. Indian Council of Agriculture Research is having around 4,500 scientists in the country. You take it in any sector in agriculture, horticulture, or veterinary or fisheries, we have a good system. And definitely, sir, for your initiative on this AgFoodTech, the technical support definitely will be provided from the system, wherein AIDEA ICR now, which is started for the last 8 years, promoted around 200 startups in AgFoodTech. And good number of people are being graduated. And today, even few of my startups also have established stalls here to showcase it. They need a lot of networking. What we identified in the startup system, they need a lot of networking. And with respect to the fund investment, of course, we are all here today, most on the investment aspect. Agriculture investment for startup has to be enhanced compared to the other system, which is going rid of it. And definitely, we have the problem in the agriculture. Now, we can say that what is the future? Future technology is going to play a major role in agricultural productivity. We have strength in IT sector. India having a good IT, and India is having a versatile, diversified agriculture system. We have to integrate both now. IoT is going to be a major important aspect. Blockchain technology is going to address it, right? And your robotics has to come. Drones, these all the technology is going to be in future. Maybe in another 10 years, we are going to lead in agriculture system. We have strong in technology.
So again, this is concluding the session 1, and the other sessions will begin with a small break. Before we end, I would like to state my last meeting with Dr. Kalam was on December 30th, 2014, and it was a couple of hours meeting, and I felt as if that would be the last meeting. He brain dumped me and said, Dr. Hari, let's keep India healthy, India educated, and also preserve and protect the planet for future generations, and let's develop spiritual families to bring peace and harmony into the society. So we did that at a great conference as a precursor to the UN Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 on October 17. And now this is the conference in India to realize that dream. Because of the COVID, things got delayed, but thanks to Ram and his entire team, Grace, and all the volunteers made it possible with the help of all of your participation today. Thank you so much. Let's keep India healthy, India educated, and bring energy, clean energy into India so that we protect the environment. At the same time, let's bring some peace and harmony into the society. And we start with the food so that you get the healthy food, healthy body, healthy mind, and healthy environment. That's what it is. Again, one more time, we would like to welcome you to stay on course for the rest of the conference. And thank you so much.
We need some energy here. We all applause for our wonderful We have already been introduced to Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu. He comes with more than 30 years of experience in the broader areas of artificial intelligence, machine learning, DL and analytics, led consulting and big data. And currently he is a mentor turned advisor to NFTs in the AgTech, rural distress and smallholder sustainability space. So that is about our moderator. And we also have as one of our speakers in this session of plant health and nutrition, Dr. G. Shyam Sundar Reddy Garu, and he has a very good experience in field diagnostics and solving plant protection related problems, both of agriculture as well as horticulture crops, and he has excellent expertise on spatial informatics such as GIS, GPS based systems, and also on soil and water quality assessments he is very familiar with. So we would hear more from the moderator first, Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu. So the floor is all yours.
Chief Executive Samhita CEO Dr. Shyam Sundar Reddy is also here, who will be going and giving a deep dive on the plant and health and nutrition of plants. And I'm going to be talking, if any questions relates to technology and data, how these two are interfering problems to solve the customer farmers' problems. So if you have any questions relates to AgriTech and how do you build the technology, how do you build the subject matter expertise team, how do you build the operational efficiencies at the ground, please do not hesitate to contact me. I will be here today and tomorrow, and I'm happy to talk to you if you have any questions. Again, I would like to invite Dr. Shyam Sundar Reddy to talk about from Samhita's experience and his wisdom on the plant and health, plant and nutrition. So please join with me to welcome Dr. Shyam Sundar Reddy.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you so much for the organizers. It is always a pride and privilege to remember or to do anything on Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's name. That is the name that brought me here, probably every one of us. And once again, I want to give a big round of applause for APJ Abdul Kalam. Thank you so much. And coincidentally or fortunately, December 5th is the World Soil Day.
Yeah.
And this event is going to recur on every 5th of December, and I am very happy about it. And thanks for the organizers once again for choosing this day. And coming to, I am given 20 minutes of time for the keynote speech, but I only prepared for 10 minutes. So I'll try to close it in 10 minutes. So the take home, the main message is, as our soil is our health. I think all of you agree with that. Next slide. I'll read out. This is in 2002, 20 years back. It is given by International Zinc Association versus Belgium. Number one is zinc deficiency is the 5th leading risk factor for disease in the developing world. Statement number one. Number two, providing micronutrients including zinc to human populations is one of the 4 solutions for the world problems identified in the Copenhagen Consensus from a worldwide panel of distinguished economists including Nobel Prize winners. Nearly half of the cereal grown is in areas with potentially zinc deficient soils in 2002. Often the areas with zinc deficient soils are also regions where zinc deficiency in human
is most widespread. 1/3 of the world population is at risk of zinc deficiency, ranging from 4 to 73% in different countries. It was 20 years back, and you can imagine now. So, what is the situation? Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So, you can see the areas where the orange ones, widespread zinc deficiency, and the green one is the medium deficiency. You can see where India is. Total India is zinc deficient. And if the soils are zinc deficient, we are also zinc deficient. And you may ask me why you are so specific about zinc. I'll let you know. Next slide. So, application of fertilizers, and more importantly, the phosphates. And we started applying phosphates for the past 50 years or so. In 1970s, they were introduced. And the important thing is the recovery percentage of any phosphatic fertilizer. Mostly we apply it as a single superphosphate, and the average recovery percentage is 11%. Means every 100 kg applied in the soil, only 11 kg of it will be absorbed and assimilated by the plant. Remaining 89 kg will get fixed in the soil. And you can imagine now, all chemically cultivated agricultural soils are now phosphate mines. You test any cultivated soil now, the soil test says there is enough available phosphorus in the soil. Then why are we applying fertilizers? I'll tell you. And what is the relation between phosphorus and zinc? Phosphorus doesn't like zinc. So there is, because phosphorus is a major nutrient which is taken in a large quantities by the plant. Zinc is a minor micronutrient or a trace element. It is required but essential, small in small quantity. But this zinc will block, phosphorus will block zinc in the soil, making it unavailable for the plant uptake. Next slide. What happens if there is no zinc? Nothing happens if there is no zinc in the body. Nothing. No children. No hair. No immunity. You name anything. See, Dr. Vedas was talking about Alzheimer's and ADHD and whatever the disease he was talking about. You name it, all of them is a root cause for zinc. Next slide. So it's about breaking up marriages, not having children, hair loss, hair fall, grey hair, and cough, cold, cancer, ulcer, you name it, you'll have if you are zinc deficient. Next slide. And most of the crops, the staple food like paddy and wheat are very, very zinc sensitive. And they actually process very little amount of things. Next slide. And what are the requirements, daily requirements? You see, infants require 5 milligrams a day, children 10 milligrams, women 12 milligrams, pregnant women 15 milligrams, lactating mothers 16 milligrams, and men 15 milligrams. This is our daily requirement. And you can see from the bottom, in the fresh fruits, if you eat lots of fresh fruits, you see 0.09 milligrams. You have to eat a ton of fruits to get your daily requirement. Not possible. Potatoes 0.3. You have to eat about a quintal of potatoes to get to meet your zinc requirement. Doesn't happen. Green vegetables 0.4. Nowhere. Canned vegetables nowhere. Sugars nowhere. Fish 0.8. Bread 1. Cereals 1. Okay. Milk products 1.2. Eggs 1.3. Poultry 1.5. Nuts 3. They are nowhere near it. Meat somewhat close, 5.2 milligrams. And oysters. This is the oyster fish which contains maximum zinc availability. And in the history, the important meals were treated with oyster fish. they used to be given with this oyster peel to make them protect. Next slide. And in our daily life, we use zinc regularly. You can see zinc supplements. So wherever you go to a doctor, they will give a zinc supplement. And almost all of us have head bath today, and all anti-dental shampoos contain zinc pyrithiol. And then small scratch and a bruise, you apply neomycin, it contains zinc. And for our crops, Mancozeb is the most sold fungicide. It contains zinc. Next slide. And the oyster, as I said, no, the imported males are treated with oyster fish to make them protect. Next slide. Interestingly, in Indian tradition, the pumpkin seeds, they contain 6 milligrams of zinc. The highest. And that's why the particular community, the priest community, they will take or consider 2 things like most wishes. Number 1 is cow, gomata. Danam తీసుకుంటే గోదానం తీసుకుంటారు. Number 1. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరు తీసుకోవట్లేదు, గోవులకి దండం పెడుతున్నారు. దానం కాదు, దండమే గోవులకి. ఎందుకంటే రెండోది ఈ గుమ్మడికాయ, pumpkins. అవి దానం తీసుకుంటారు వాళ్ళు. And these pumpkins are not only for zinc. The pulp of pumpkin contains a rare element called selenium. All of selenium in the pumpkin contains that rare element which involves the function of the brain. All intelligent people చూడండి, వాళ్ళు గుమ్మడికాయలు తింటారు, చేపలను తింటారు. The most intelligent people in India, West Bengal తీసుకున్నా, అట్లా ట్రెడిషన్స్ వాళ్ళు ఆల్రెడీ తీసుకున్నారు. This is one. The next thing is తమాషా ఉంటుంది, మునక్కాయలు చాలా జోకులు వేస్తారు జనాలు. సో మునగల్లో కూడా ఈక్వల్లీ గుడ్, దాన్ని మ్యాచ్ చేయగలిగింది అన్నట్టు. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ యాజ్ గుడ్ యాజ్ మీట్ ఫర్ వెజిటేరియన్స్, డ్రమ్స్టిక్స్. అండ్ దెన్ ద స్ప్రింగ్ ఆనియన్స్ లో అంత జింక్ ఉంటుంది కానీ, బట్ స్ప్రింగ్ ఆనియన్స్ హ్యావ్ లాట్స్ ఆఫ్ జింక్ అన్నట్టు. ఎక్కడైతే కొంతమంది స్పెసిఫికల్లీ బ్రాహ్మణ కమ్యూనిటీలో వాళ్ళు ఆనియన్స్ కానీ గార్లిక్ కానీ తినరు, బట్ దే కన్జ్యూమ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ స్ప్రింగ్ ఆనియన్. ఇవన్నీ చెప్పలేదండి, సీక్రెట్స్ వాళ్ళే పెట్టుకున్నారు. వాళ్ళు ఇంకెందుకు వాడతారు, ఇదెందుకు వాడతారు, చాలా సీక్రెట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అండ్ I think the fortification అనేది, zinc fortification is happening now. Before that we have seen elements like thyroid ఉన్నప్పుడు iodine fortification చూస్తున్నాం, and iron fortification చూస్తున్నాం, and calcium fortification చూస్తున్నాం. So this fortification is happening right now. The calcium has a major function in bones, and iron has a major function in blood, and iodine has a major function in thyroid, right? But zinc has a major function in more than 300 vital enzymes that drives almost all functions in our body. That's why zinc is very important. Here, iron fortification గురించి మాట్లాడినప్పుడు, see the Indian goddesses, వాళ్ళకి నిమ్మకాయ దండలు వేస్తారు. ఓన్లీ ఫీమేల్స్ కి నిమ్మకాయల దండలు వేస్తారు, ఎవరికి మగవాళ్ళకి ఎవరికి నిమ్మకాయల దండలు వేయరండి. ఎందుకంటే ఫీమేల్స్ కి నిమ్మకాయల దండలు వేస్తారంటే, ఈ ఐరన్ అనేది it dissolves only in acid pH, either in our stomach or in the soil. అక్కడ నేను ఇచ్చిన అక్కడ చూడండి, హై, మీడియం, లో, లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఉన్నవి స్ట్రాంగ్లీ యాసిడ్, రైట్ సైడ్ ఉన్నవి స్ట్రాంగ్లీ ఆల్కలైన్. అండ్ యూ కెన్ సీ వేర్ ద ఐరన్ వాస్ దేర్, బాటమ్ నుంచి థర్డ్. మీరు అక్కడ స్ట్రాంగ్లీ యాసిడ్ కానీ మీడియం యాసిడ్ ఉంటేనే ఐరన్ అవైలబిలిటీ ఉంది. స్లైట్లీ యాసిడిక్ ఉన్నా, న్యూట్రల్ ఉన్నా, ఎల్లో ఉంది. అండ్ ఆల్కలైన్ ఉంటే pH నాట్ అవైలబుల్. అందుకని మనం ఏం చేస్తామంటే, వెజిటబుల్స్ డాక్టర్ కానీ నాన్ వెజ్ డాక్టర్ కానీ వాళ్ళు నిమ్మకాయ పెట్టినప్పుడు జస్ట్ విల్ గివ్ ఏ యాసిడ్ షాట్. అక్కడ యాసిడ్ షాట్ ఇచ్చినప్పుడు దాంట్లో ఉండే ఐరన్ యాసిడ్లో డిజాల్వ్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి బాడీలో అందుతుంది. ఇది ఎవరు చెప్పలేదు మనకు. నిమ్మకాయ పెట్టుకున్న పుల్లగా ఉంటుంది తినమంటారు, ఉప్పు వేసుకున్నాను నాకమంటారు. అయితే ప్రకృతిలో in nature there is a arrangement అన్నట్టు. When a woman becomes pregnant, ఆమె చింతకాయలు జామకాయలు తినేస్తుంటది. ఎందుకు తింటదండి ఆమె చింతకాయలు జామకాయలు తింటది? When the fetus ఫార్మేషన్ టైంలో జింక్ డెఫిషియన్సీ ఉందంటే గత ఐరన్ డెఫిషియన్సీ ఉన్నా ఈ డెఫిషియన్సీస్ ఉంటే ఫీటస్ పోతుంది, అబార్షన్ అవుతుంది, లేకపోతే మాల్ ఫార్మేషన్ అవుతుంది. చాలా డేంజరస్ ఫేజ్ అన్నట్టు. షీ రిక్వెస్ట్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ బ్లడ్ ఆ టైంలో అన్నట్టు. సో ఇంతకుముందు ప్రీవియస్ సైకిల్ ఇక్కడ చూడండి, మీనింగ్ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తే నథింగ్ ద ఫార్మర్ స్లీపింగ్. అట్లా ఉండాలి, ఇట్లా ఉంది, అన్ని క్రాప్స్ అట్లే నాశనం చేస్తుంది. నెక్స్ట్ లైఫ్. సో ఇది మధ్యకి కొట్టక ముందు లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్, అది మధ్యకి కొట్టిన తర్వాత. దీనిలో మాయ లేదు, మరణం లేదండి, మధ్యకి మాత్రమే. నెక్స్ట్ అనదర్ థింగ్, ఇప్పుడు వింటర్ ఉంది, ప్లాంట్ లవర్స్ ఎవరైనా ఉంటారు కదా, వింటర్ వస్తే బూడిద తెగులు వస్తుంది. మీ బెండకాయలు కానీ లేదా సొరకాయలు, బీరకాయలు అన్నింటి మీద బూడిద తెగులు ఉంటుంది. మామిడి పూత వచ్చిందంటే మొత్తం బూడిద తెగులు పడుతుంది. అండ్ ఇది అనదర్ $1 billion బిజినెస్ అండి పౌడర్ మిల్. నేను 10 నిమిషాలు కదా ఎక్కువ తీసుకున్నాను.
So it's a very good lecture, but time is wonderful.
Time is always. I am prepared. అందుకని నేను జగన్ కూడా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసి నాకే ఇచ్చే మొత్తం టైం చెప్తాను, మీకేం సగం అని చెప్తాను, డబుల్. సో ఇది పౌడర్ మిల్ అనదర్ ఫంగస్ అండి. ఇట్ ఈస్ అ ప్రాబ్లమాటిక్ అన్నట్టు. మజ్జిగ యూజ్ చేసినప్పుడు కవిహా కవినా జరుగుతుంది. సమ్ టైమ్స్ ఇట్స్ ఎస్, సమ్ టైమ్స్ ఇట్స్ నాట్. సో దెన్ ఐ డిడ్ ఏం చేసినంటే పౌడర్ మిల్క్ సల్ఫర్, వెటబుల్ సల్ఫర్ అనేది మోస్ట్ పాపులర్ ఫంగిసైడ్ అనేది. సల్ఫర్ వాడతాము. అండ్ దట్ సల్ఫర్ మనకి ఆనియన్లో ఉంటాయి. ఆనియన్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా, తరగంగానే కళ్ళలో నీళ్ళు వస్తాయి కదా. నీళ్ళు ఎందుకు వస్తాయంటే బికాస్ సల్ఫర్ డైఆక్సైడ్ లేస్తుంది అందులోంచి, మన కళ్ళలో వాటర్ ఉంటుంది, ఈ రెండు కలిసి సల్ఫ్యూరిక్ యాసిడ్ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది, బర్న్ అవుతుంది. నేను దాన్ని ఎత్తి ఒక మ్యాష్ చేసి దాంట్లో పడేస్తాను మజ్జిగలో. ఎందుకంటే నేను పెరుగు పూసి తింటున్నప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ డే వాసన వస్తుంది. ఈ ఆనియన్స్ ఎందుకు పెడతారు అంటే బికాస్ ఆనియన్స్ వాసన వస్తుంది. అరే ఆనియన్స్ ఆడ మనకు వస్తాయి కదా, ఎత్తి దాంట్లో వేస్తాం, మజ్జిగలో వేసి ఫెర్మెంట్ చేస్తాం. తర్వాత మా నాన్న చేసిన కాపర్ వైర్ ఉన్నది అక్కడ పడేసి, కాలు పడితే కాపర్ వైర్, ఈ కాపర్ వైర్ ఇక్కడ ఎందుకు ఉంది, ఎత్తి దాంట్లో వేస్తామంటే కాపర్ కూడా కలుస్తుంది కదా, ఎందుకంటే కాపర్ ఇస్ అనదర్ ఫంగిసైడ్. సో విత్ కాపర్ అండ్ ఆనియన్ తో ఫెర్మెంట్ చేస్తే మజ్జిగ బిందాస్ పనిచేస్తుంది. దీని మీద ఒక్క మజ్జిగ చూడండి ఎంత మ్యాజిక్ చేస్తుందో చూడండి. తర్వాత ఇది పేరు, మళ్ళీ వింటర్ స్టార్ట్ అయిందంటే అన్ని ఆల్ లెగ్యూమ్స్ అన్నట్టు. బీన్స్ అందులో ఇది ఉంటుంది అన్నట్టు. ఇది దీన్ని కూడా చాలా ఇన్సెక్టిసైడ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. మీలీ బగ్ ఎట్లా కంట్రోల్ చేసేటువంటి దీని మీద ఉన్నాయి, బట్ ఇది ఈజీ. మీలీ బగ్ ఎంత టఫ్గా కంట్రోల్ చేయడం. కానీ ఇది కవ్యూరి ఉట్టేనే పోతుందండి, జస్ట్ కవ్యూరి. సిగ్నల్ చెప్పే మళ్ళీ గుర్తొట్లో పడి వచ్చినట్టు అది అందరినీ ట్రబుల్ చేస్తుంది, కానీ కవ్యూరి వస్తుంది. నెక్స్ట్ అయిపోయిందండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మజ్జిగ అంటే ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే రామ్ గారు నన్ను ఏమనుకుంటారు, కళ్ళు తాగమని చెప్తాడు, చల్ల తాగమని చెప్తాడంటే కళ్ళు చల్ల, తెలంగాణ కల్చర్లో కళ్ళు చల్ల అంటే అద్భుతమైన ప్రోబయోటిక్స్ అండి. ఊళ్ళలో ఇప్పుడు చల్ల తాగడం లేదు, అంటే ముందు చల్లకొచ్చి ముందు తాగడం అంటే ఊరంతా చల్ల ఉండేది, అందరూ చల్ల తాగేవాళ్ళు, కడుపులు చల్లకుండేది, కళ్ళు తాగేటోళ్ళు మంచిగా, కల్తీ కళ్ళు కాదు. కాబట్టి ఇవి ఒకసారి ఆలోచన చేయండి మన ట్రెడిషన్స్ అన్నింటిని కూడా. మళ్ళీ ఇంకొకసారి నాకు టైం వస్తే మళ్ళీ చెప్తాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ అండి.
Sir, I want to mention one thing. This is all a live experience of Dr. Shyam Sundar Reddy in his own farm. This is not something on the books. He is doing it. And he is giving the knowledge. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Samaredi. I think very practical and like a pathologist. I just want to summarize this session. It was like a good lecture, like a pathology 101.
But I think, soil health, if I want to draw a practical analogy, it's like blood for living organisms and humans. If your blood is healthy, you are healthy. If your soil is healthy, crops will be healthy, and what you eat, your nutrition security is assured. But it's not easy. There are hundreds of pests, hundreds of diseases. 30 to 40% of crop loss is because of pests and diseases, various pests and diseases. That tantamount to millions and billions of dollars. If you take one pest, one crop, you have a good solution, that's $1 billion opportunity there and there. Yeah? Thank you, Lord. Now I invite very distressed. Now I'm calling upon Subbareddy Garu for a minute before we move on to. So before we ask General Reddy Garu to talk about how policies can be framed to make Indian farmers very competitive, I'm inviting Subbareddy Garu to quickly address maybe 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll take 2 more minutes.
Good afternoon to everybody. Straight, I would like to go to the subject. First, today being the Soil World's Day, I congratulate the organizers for organizing a fantastic. The second question, quickly you need to respond. How many of you has seen the God physically? Quickly. Anybody? So the remaining people, don't worry. Please go and touch the soil. Soil is a living divine. Soil is a goddess. Many people, they don't know that how to treat the soil. For this reason, our elders called soil as Bhudevi or Bhumata. Now, very recently I had been to my village, and while walking towards the temple, an older gentleman come across me, and he is by relation, he's a mama. I asked him, Mama, how are you? I am not well, Arudu, because what happened? None of the youth fellow could able to lift 50 kg of the bag. When I was a youth, I could able to lift with my left hand. What happened, Mamaya? Again he said, we ate, me erulu vadam bodhenna, me holboya maya. What he said, then I asked the next question. How many bags you used to produce? He said, 15 bags. Then I asked him, how many bags your son is producing? 40 bags. Now I come to that, and Anna has explained very nicely how the soil became a deficit because by not using the organic manures. Please remember that many of the industry colleagues, they have a fear that if organic farming goes forward, where the chemical industry would survive. But people need to remember that organic and inorganic, they are not competitors to each other, they are complementary. Chemical fertilizers are like biryani. The organic manures are like curd rice. I have buttermilk, the majiganna. Anna already told about the buttermilk, how they would be. Now, the second question, wherever we go, we have applaud the country because country is producing 315 million tons of the food grains, and from 50 million we have done at one time we used to beg for the US and other countries to throw something, food to the same, and we have experienced when we were child while going to the primary school. Today we are producing a lot of food grains, but if when I asked in the village, they said, how is agriculture has grown, how is your situation? Agriculture has grown, we have produced. Now 25 people, youth guys, are left unmarried in my village, and the biggest thing what they have done is they are continuing in agriculture. So friends, the agriculture, there is a lot of opportunity. We need to continue the youth in agriculture. For that, we need to think about how we can minimize the risk to the farmer. Why the rural youth running from the agriculture and coming for the small jobs or the delivery boys in the cities, because there is no assured income. Second, agriculture is called as a luxury. We are all talking about ease of doing business. Now startups should think of how to do the agriculture more easier and how to retain the rural youth to the agriculture. There are many opportunities for the youngsters in the agriculture because the world needs to be fed, and India is going to be a major source for that. Many opportunities are there. I work for Permanent International Limited. Very recently, we have tied up with a startup. If any startup is coming with a viable proposition, we like to encourage. Not only that, if any startup companies, they want at field level, to associate with the farmers to know what the problem We do have an excellent network. We coordinate with you, because unless we ensure, again, the soil health, which is a major problem today, there is a misuse and abuse of the chemical. Industry has a major responsibility, having introduced, having advertised, having dumped. Now we need to use, again, bring it back for the balanced use of it. Otherwise, the survival of humanity would be very difficult, and I look forward to the youngsters. Before I conclude, I would like to show this one small picture. This donkey carrying the solar panel. Recently, a month back, I was in Jepcharla. A shepherd man is going, with a lot of sheep, and he was one donkey along with the sheep. He was also having the two donkeys carrying the food grains to the Malamala forest. I asked, what is this? He said, when I go to the forest, there is no electricity. I want to speak to my children, my wife. If I go to any villages, they say to being a stranger, they don't allow me even to put the charger. The second thing, night time, there is no light in the forest. So he has used solar panel to recharge his cell and to have this. Please, innovation doesn't mean that the people, if you have the very thank you.
Thank you, Subbareddy garu, for giving some very nice examples. You dwell into ancient history and culture. If you go back to India, we worship everything. Soil, we worship animals, snake, elephant, cow. We worship it, right? Similarly, soil, right? But I think more than organic manure, of course, we need to use a lot of organic manure. That's one way. I think our Indian soils, except for one district in our country, as I know, all the districts are deficient in organic carbon content. Carbon content. If you are able to amplify, or if you are able to add more and accentuate organic carbon content, it does magic in terms of heat. Everything else will be constant. That's one thing I wanted to share. But now with this, I would request, we are running everybody behind schedule, and also we need to have lunch. But now I am requesting General Reddy garu is quite a legendary person in the sense that he has been involved with farmers' issues very deeply, with various governments, central, state governments, has been advocating a lot of policy interventions for farmers. I request him to talk about how Indian smallholders, small farmers can become globally competitive. What policy framework interventions we need to make. Sir, please come. You have 15 minutes time, but if you can wrap up earlier, I will be very happy.
రైతు కుటుంబంలో పుట్టాను, చదువుకున్నా కానీ ఏదో అనుకోకుండా ఈ రైతులకి ఏదైనా చేయాలని వచ్చాను. Firstly, I want to compliment my very great gratitude to friends from America for having taken so much of trouble to take Abdul Kalam's idea and also something to do with the farmers, nature, food and all that. I mean, it's really great. And I'm extremely grateful to all others also who are all participating. Problem okkade entante desham is today, to be honest with you, this country is divided into two. This country, the Romans, the nobles, and the slaves. Today, this country has organized sectors. They're all nobles, and the unorganized farmers are slaves. That's what it is. That has been here for the last 10, 15, 20 years. And in spite of best efforts by everybody, things are not happening. Just now you were telling that what Dr. Abdul Kalam envisaged 10 years back. There is no institution in this country, political institution or administrative institution, which could take forward the great man's ideals. That means you can understand the situation. Because normally, a common man, a farmer, can't understand what ideals is, what policies are, what changes are. It's only middle class, especially those in the elite or administration or politicians that have to take. But then the reality in this country is problematic. After liberalization, we got into, earlier at least we used to have some respect as a farmer. But after liberalization, not that farmers are not helped, but farmers' position has become extremely problematic because the organized sectors have become the worst exploiters in this country. Any day tomato goes up to 20 rupees. Next day there is a news, and third day there is a ban. And I mean, umpty number of issues, not that 1, 2, 3, 4. And the acts made, like essential commodities some 80, 90, 100 years back, still are continuing in this country. They are not allowing any new ideas. The discussions which you are all having today about organic, health food and all that, it's okay, good, it's very nice. But tell me, just think all of you start thinking, what is your idea of service and industrial sectors? What has happened to khadi and village industries? Are you adopting to the native cloths? No, you're not, you can't, there's a difficulty. Can you go by bullock cart and do agriculture? No, it's not possible simply. You need mechanization, you need technologies, you need modernization. The question is, when service and industrial sectors have been growing at beyond 10% for the last 30 years, how come agriculture is less than 1-2% for the last 30 years? Look at the other aspect. We are producing food. It is what you call it, you produce and perish. The best example today is Telangana. From 40 to 50 lakh tons, Telangana is producing 150 lakh tons of rice. Good. The state government has given water, electricity and cash, and they produce. So what? What do you do? What does the farmer have to do? In fact, today the Telangana farmers have received complaints that their position was better before getting water. Now because you have water and electricity, their investment is more and your risk is more. Now who is to cover this damn risk? Earlier at least you can use to give labor and then be happy. But today the problem is much more complicated. Your land value is 30 lakhs, but your income remains 3,000. Now these are the dichotomies which we have as activists I have studied. And also a lot of other things, I don't want to go into details, because there is no point in getting into details. 2-3 fundamental things the organizers have to understand is, the institutions that are built here and established in India post-independence, like Panchayat Raj you must have heard, cooperatives you must have heard, water users institutions you must have heard, market yards, they are all non-functional, they are closed. I mean, virtually. And the so-called government institutions, like ICR, Indian Council of Agriculture, CACP, Food Corporation, or Agriculture Departments, or universities, what is the percentage of the efficiency and ability to serve the people? Well, you can get yourself, I don't want to comment, but it is limited. Look at the Indian medical sector, infrastructure, automobile, or any sector, in the industrial service sector. There is no government involvement. We have a lot of private sector. You never bothered where the Samsung phone comes, or where your Sony TV comes, or where your COVID medicine has come. But then you question everything in agriculture. What business have you got? Who are you to question? Genetic COVID was approved. But other day, after 20 years of experiment, Indian mustard, genetic mustard done by Indian agriculture scientists is India. When it's approved, it's stored and it's not getting into markets. The question I am trying to tell you, all of you, is please understand, today an engineer, doctor, or a professor, or a lawyer, or a lecturer, or a barber, or an auto fellow in India is competitive. He is able to develop himself globally competitive, maybe national, state, and all that. His incomes have crossed a level. Now the question comes to agriculture, how do you develop the competitiveness? It's lost, because the point today is we have no confidence. Farmer in his own family circles is a social outcast. If that fellow comes to your home, you hate to entertain him. మా ఇంటికి ఎవడన్నా బంధువు వచ్చినట్టు ఏమైనా వచ్చినాడు రా, ఎందుకంటే వాడు అప్రోచ్ వచ్చింటాడు, లేకపోతే రికమెండేషన్కి వస్తాడు, మన ఇంటికి ప్రేమతో రాడవాడు. ఏమో మన ఇంట్లో కూడా తలనొప్పి ఇచ్చి చదువుకున్న పిల్లలు మంచి మోడర్న్ అమ్మాయికి వాడు టైం చెప్పి రావాలి. ఎందుకు ఆయన వచ్చినాడంటే గౌరవప్రదంగా చూడాలి. పూర్వమే ఇంట్లో ఉండే సంఘటన మంచి చెడ్డ అందరితో షేర్ చేసుకునేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు నో, డిగ్నిటీ లెవెల్స్ అనమాట. మన ఇంటికి వచ్చిన వాడు ఎట్టుండాలి ఏమనేది ఆలోచన. What I am trying to tell you is that's a situation. Nothing wrong, good, bad. Ideas is developed, it is there. What I want to share with all of you is, please understand, today whatever is the technologies, whether you say development of technology is one aspect. The questions that as a farmer I am asking,
When I get this technology from across the world and accept, I don't see how anybody can object technology is coming. You give it to the farmer and leave the choice to him. That's all I'm asking. Not that, and don't try to evaluate, go on putting obstacles, good, bad, ugly, part of it. Because I am not capable. I have no capacity to understand. Today, you have 15 vaccines that prevent diseases for humans, every one of you. We use, my granddaughter I have used. Now tell me, in crops and cattle, how many preventive vaccines or technologies have you brought in this country in the last 20, 30, 40 years? I don't want to go into details. But the fact is the fact that you have to start thinking. Because farmer also wants preventive technologies. What they are, how they are, the poor fellow can't do. If you give it, he will use it. Whether good, bad, ugly, whatever, he is not in a position at all to evaluate, calculate, study, and then give you a feedback. Now there is no point. What I am trying to tell you simply is this. You see, there are excellent issues that you people can, this organization, while you are promoting, doing excellent, part of it, I would only come to one point because my question which I always ask is, how come an Indian farmer can't become globally competitive? When an Indian soldier fights a Pakistani Chinese, do you expect him to fight with his swords? You are dealing with the best technology. How come? Do you ever object whether it is from Israel, or Russia, or America? No, you welcome it. And if your boys want to go for technology, you send him to Harvard or Oxford, and you want him to work in ITC, multinationals. The question why won't all of you start thinking, how can you say agriculture companies should not be MNCs, or technologies from America should not come? Who the hell are you? Yesterday I released a VC video. For last minute, I want to remind you, maybe some of you may not be knowing, but in 1998, the first genetic food is introduced in America. And as of the last 10-15 years, 94% of your mustard, corn, or soy, and mustard, there, blah, 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 all these things, 11 genetically foods are there, including Solomon fish that is recently introduced. Because we farmers are asking, how come American farmers are dumb? Are they idiots? Stupid? They are Indian farmers. Why are they using for 10, 25, 30 years if it is not useful? Is the American industry so monopolistic? They can control governments, farmers and consumers, and they can dump genetic food on them. But they are eating, they are producing, research is going on. But here in this country, our country, I don't want to insult or humiliate anybody. Please understand, we are a developing nation. We have very, very limitations. And we have lots of problems with politicians, bad administration, corruption, blah, 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 and a number of things. No problem, that's a part of it. So say, the issue with ITA police meeting for the one purpose is, see, good ideas also need somebody to carry forward. And I would only request that the organizers and others join others also to see whether it goes for the next 2-3 years. You identify this or don't do this. Some policies, that policies, let me suggest one small thing. Let the policies or ideas come from farmers. Then you take them before the administrations or policy makers to get them implemented. Otherwise, what happens if you don't think otherwise? My nephew married an American girl. I thought an American girl, she will have all chickens, buttons, biryani, blah, 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 Indian fish. Then she came and said she is a wagon. I wouldn't understand because this happened about 5-6 years back. I said, who are you? What is this wagon business? My nephew started telling Mama this. I said, how are you going to with this girl? I said, no problem. Who is going to do that? Because we have a very hell every day, morning, evening, dinner, blah, 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 all sorts of spices. Well, that's how it's I'm sharing with you the point is, sorry, I welcome. We respect her. She's okay, she's on her. The point is, Indian agriculture is one aspect. Human health is second aspect, environment is one aspect, and other aspects are there. As a farmer's activist, I look terribly around. How the hell gave you permission to have 2, 3, 4 cars in your homes? You are the biggest polluters, city fellows. You leave all your drainage is left into Krishna River where life might have been land. Money I had to grow a crop.
Srinivas Alluri is an IT
the architect profession. Srinivas Alluri founded the IT company Sandata Technologies, which operations in UK and India. He maintains a simple lifestyle and dedicates his entire personal life towards making his mission inspired by great personalities, including Mahatma Gandhi, Swami Vivekananda, Ramana Maharshi, and others. He also founded Manavata in 1991 and is an international charity organization registered in UK, India, and USA. It is accorded a special consultative status by United Nations. He has created the Cycling for Humanity program, which aims to inspire people to support humanitarian causes and to lead a healthy, eco-friendly life. In 2011, he cycled from London to New Delhi, covering 11,350 kilometers. That same year, he led a 1,000-kilometer cycling event and a 100-day relay fast to protest the deaths of 22 children in Bihar, India, due to food poisoning from school meals, which resulted in a positive response from the government. Thank you.
Namaste. Dear brothers and sisters, I'm very glad to be here. Today is a great auspicious day, soil day. Wish you all very happy soil day. And meeting on this auspicious day is particularly, there is a purpose to take all of us and practical steps is morning Jay Chaudhary garu mentioned about it. And now all our Shamsundar Reddy garu and other dignitaries spoke about a wonderful subject about the change. So, whatever we do, whatever we are talking here, unless we go into the practice, it doesn't make any sense. So that's why, as a software architect, of course, I'm from this farming background, from a farmer's family in a small village in East Godavari district in Andhra Pradesh. And from my age of 3 years, I started my farming with my grandfather. So we work with the soils, how to improve the soils and keep up the soil fertility, and especially how to save our soil, how to save. Of course, we religiously practice as we treat. Earth is our mother earth. So caring the earth is part of our culture. But unfortunately, today we see carelessness. The carelessness of the people. And when you look at the cause, the root cause of everything, root cause every problem. Why is soil is depleted, and why human health is getting worse, and why the more hospitals are growing and health is still deteriorating. Its all root cause is ignorance and lack of humanity. So the selfishness of the human beings and the greediness is making it a big mess. So earth provides to enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed, as Mahatma Gandhi rightly said. So from this statement, what we understand? Live simple. Live simple is only the way we can take it forward. So for that campaign, I did 30,000 kilometers of cycling throughout the globe in different countries, of course, and touched upon soils of different types, different cultures, and of course learned so many things about the things which are actually related to human health and the soil. As Shamsundar Reddy rightly mentioned about, this is our soils are health. That's it. If soil is healthy, we are healthy. That's it. And people are struggling to save the health, but not saving the soil. First thing is save the soil, saving your health. That's it. save earth and be healthy. That's my quotation. Very simple campaign I've been doing. So, and in terms of the health of the soil and the nutrition of the soil is same as our nutrition of our body. The same thing I have been experimenting from my childhood days. A lot of experiments have been done, though I'm into technology and software. But I'm a little more deeply involved into the health science and the Vedic science, yogic technology, whatever we have, the thousands of years back. So without all research, what I found basically human health, the body and the earth is made up of the 5 elements, the Panchabhutas, what we say, right? These 5 elements, basically Mahapanchabhutas, what we say, soil, earth, air, fire, and water. So these 5 elements need to be balanced, very simply speaking, without going into very details of what we have nutrients and the micronutrients. So that itself balances it. So how to balance these things? That's what actually the humus quality will measure in the soil health, right? So what I did during my Kanyakumari to Kashmir cycling, I observed the soils of India and what is happening with the soils. So during that time, I found, of course, when I started from Kanyakumari, observing in different locations, especially I found that Tirunelveli became very much distressed, like completely lost. The whole land became dry and unable to grow anything in those soils. So that means they said there is no water, nothing can be grown. So then how to solve this problem? Same thing I have been traveling to the Kashmir, in Srinagar. Till that time I have been observing different kinds of soils, of course rocky soils, sandy soils, different kinds of soils. So during that my study, what I found, every soil is deteriorated because of the chemical farming, first thing. Second thing is because of nobody is feeding the soil. They are just keep on taking, but nobody is feeding the soil as we used to do in our childhood days. As I said, every year we have a particularly soil feeding tank. Soil feeding tank is basically the Pachirota, which is basically what we used to do is all green manures like Jarmu, Jeevaga, all it. So we used to leave it for 3 months. All that is for soil feeding. Similarly, cow waste farming. All this cow dung, everything, just goes and spreads into this. And second, and the third one is about integrated and the farming, which is basically integrated farming system, which is basically whatever all these animals, everything is living together and helping each other. At the same time, we used to have the free of cost compost made by birds, because we have every farm used to have trees. So now whenever you see the lands completely no trees at all, that kind of situation I have seen only in Turkey when I was cycling through that desert. No trees at all. No trees, the sandy, the desert. But that kind of situation we are bringing in our fertile lands, which is actually deteriorating the soils. So for that, to save our soils, I have taken a campaign called Cycling for Humanity, which is basically first improve the humanity of the people. Otherwise, just let people talk about it, but they don't do anything. There's none. There is no point in talking about this. Just be practical, live simple, and try to help the soil, feed the soil. So for that, this campaign has been initiated for several years. I've been doing this campaign in different countries. Of course, during this my journey, I have been talking to the Japan organic association, and this is it's a wonderful platform actually which has been doing great work, which started actually during the Fukuoka time. So I cycled from Hiroshima to Nagasaki at that time in Japan. That time I visited Fukuoka as a village. So during this time, I've been discussing about how we can change. It's not about just a simple thing. During our lifetime, what is the big change we can do? What is the big change we can do? That is my concern. Because everyone talks about it and goes, what is the point? It's in conferences. I went to the United Nations and spoke in Geneva about the sustainable development. All the sustainable development goals we have been talking about. Before that, we have a Millennium Development Goals. So all the time is over, no Millennium Development Goal is reached. Now the Sustainable Development Goals are there, 17 goals, but what is the point? Nobody is changing. The basic change that we want to see in the world, that is the major thing which we all need to do, not just talking, right? So that is why live simple first. What I have to do is for the change, I've taken a very big challenge, which is basically taking a dry land, see that how we can make cultivate 60 to 70% of Indian lands are completely drought. So how we can bring it back. So that bringing it back, I've taken about a simple project with my own investment, 60 acres land. I bought it and made it green. Now in a dry land, I made Sima, which is basically wonderful success, which is how we made, which is basically Greenland, how we can make. Very simple. You don't have to think about too many things, what to do for nutrition. Just grow trees. But how do you grow the trees without nutrition? Just simply supply the water. And the see what are the strongest trees like almond trees, and so many medicinal plants we have like kadamba, etc. And even there is wonderful tree which is aswatha. Aswatha has no benefit people think about. No, the aswatha, what is the product we get? But the great product you get from aswatha, which is ravi, right? Aswatha, you all know, right? Pepper tree. So that is the best oxygen giving tree in the world. Aswatha tree. So, but nowadays, what is happening? The people are not realizing the greatness of the trees, and actually the dry leaves are a great benefit of whatever carbon you talked about, zinc you talked about, all the nutrients is best nutrition is dry lands. That's what one-star revolution which Fukuoka has invented. So that the dry leaves we can simply supply with the strong trees, plant with strong trees. And with that, nutrition has been increased a lot. And now the dry land, the people thought it's nothing can be grown here, but it's completely fertile and everything was alright. Similarly, human health. We have grown 450 different varieties of medicinal plants. Now, no medicine is used. We have a gurukula in our campus, but we never use any kind of a dolo or paracetamol, nothing, no medicine at all. Everything is taken care inside. Everyone will be healthy. Our food is our medicine. Very simple. Eat tree-based foods. Grow trees. Change your food habits. So that's the main fundamental thing we all need to do. But for that, we need to change our time. We need to change our time. Don't get tempted to the things which we are getting in general in the society. Okay, so the changing the food is which is called the Ahara Shuddhi, Ayushvatva, Balarokya, Sukha, Preeti, Vivardhanaha, Rasasiddha, Stiravidya, Ahara, Satvika, Priya, which is actually Bhagavad Gita told what food to eat. But everyone forgot. Yesterday we celebrated Bhagavad Gita's birthday called which is Gita Jayanti. But nobody knows what Bhagavad Gita told about the food. So that is a problem. So now we can go back to the roots and bring the actual science, whatever given us by our Vedic culture without any selfishness. But nowadays all the science is selfishness. Because they want to advertise something and they manipulate manipulate something and give the wrong information.
We have a commercial lab where we do the soil analysis of microbiology of soil. And I'm Divya Singh, managing director and founder of Microbiology Society Research Lab Private Limited, Royal Excellences. We check soil microbiology, we find the microbiota and biomass of soil through an automated system. Next please. I have only 5 minutes for this course. These are the services. Our services are very useful for biofertilizer companies and scientists without checking the soil microbiome. They are just checking the chemicals and giving a product which is just meant for all soils. If they use our services, they can make a proper tailor-made product, give a product to the farmers, it will be cheaper for them because they are not going to put everything in it, and soil farmers will get a proper more yield because they are using the proper fabricated, proper made tailor-made product. Researchers at agricultural universities are using our services. We are starting the micronutrients for cattle. Next is microbial contents of soil, which will help them to give a proper results. All the institutes, agricultural institutes and research institutes are using our system. We are going to be starting the nano macronutrients for cattle. These are the founders, myself, and Jalpreet Singh, who has done his master's recently. Dr. Himan Roy is an NRI, and Dr. Pupinder Kaur is a medical doctor. These are the founders of our company. As mentioned, we are the only commercial lab in Asia and Africa offering these services. Our mentors are Dr. Mahavir Sharma, who is a principal scientist of soybean research in Indore. He has worked on our system in US for 4 years, and 2 years, and he has published more than 4 papers. Dr. A. Deshmukh is the president of Hyderabad Society of India, and he is even the retired HOD of Microbiology Division. Dr. Bhima is head of the division, head of the Microbiology Division, Usmania University. Dr. Venkat Ranna is the professor in plant pathology in Hyderabad University. We have been honored by getting nominated as one of the 50 innovators by Niti Aayog and National Incubation Center by Narendra Modi ji. We are incubated at Anand Agricultural University, Gujarat, India now, Ali, V-Hub and D-Hub. We are very closely working with ICRISAT and many of the research institutes, agri-research institutes. If we just check out the soil, the requirement of SAP, the requirement of market requirement, it's 57.75 crore samples are required to be tested in India. We are very closely with the product was co-developed by United States Agriculture Department.
Panta should feel that they got the golden harvest. And all the consumers, buyers who buy material from us should feel that they got the golden quality. And the investors who invested with us should feel that they got the golden return. So that was the philosophy in naming the company as Pasiti Panta. And our objective is to transform smallholder farmers in India to begin with, and also target the global smallholder community. So I'm not going into the nitty-gritties actually. Maybe I'll just give the journey so far before I get into the problem statements. Right. So we started this company in 2019, just before the pandemic. Right. So when we incorporated the organization, we wanted to understand what the gaps are in the agricultural commodity value chain. We interacted with multiple exporters, brands, processors, and also the farmers, farmer producer organizations, and the government. Literally, we realized that the pesticide residues is a concern for the exporters and food processors. That's the biggest risk actually for them. And also, we found that the farmers are facing a lot of difficulties in terms of, you take agriculture, there are three components, right? The first one is basically the agri inputs, and the second one is the extension, third one is the agri output. And there are challenges in each of these components. So the agri inputs, the issue of unavailability of the quality inputs, and also dissemination of product related knowledge is a big concern from agri inputs perspective. And in the extension, it's predominantly the government dependent, but unfortunately, even today farmers depend on unreliable sources for the advisory. And the agri output side, most of the smallholder farmers, they don't have insights into what the buyer's preferences are and what the market requirement is. And indiscriminately, they continue to use agrochemicals, which becomes a cause of concern from food safety standpoint, right? So if you look at the entire chain, there's a high cost, low productivity, and low income for farmers. And this is where we started seeing, like, how do we actually address this issue? So we came up with this solution. So if you keep the farmer at the center, they need multiple products and services. They need agri inputs, advisory, machinery, finance, and also the market linkages, right? So that's where we came up with this concept called farmer service centers, where these are managed by the village level entrepreneurs and also farmer producer organizations. And these are driven by the technology component, which actually enables dissemination of end-to-end services for farmers. And as we know that it's an ecosystem driven, right? No single entity will be able to fulfill the diverse needs of the farmers. So that's where we started creating an ecosystem around the selected high-value commodity value chains. And in all of this, technology is going to play a pivotal role in scaling this model. So, as an example, I just given the chili value chain where we are currently focusing on, and I just depicted from pre-sowing to the harvesting and post-harvesting what kind of services that are given to the farmers. So during the pre-sowing stage, we do the soil testing to basically know the soil suitability and also the nutrient levels that are there. During the nursery stage, we provide the best quality seed, which is acceptable in terms of the market demand and also the productivity and the quality requirements from the farmers. And from vegetative, flowering and harvesting throughout the crop cycle, we provide crop advisory and training. And we provide soil nutrients, crop protection and also IPM products. And during the harvesting time, we provide information related to the market requirement, the market prices, and we also procure material back from the farmer. In case if there is a challenge in the market, the prices are lower, farmer don't want to sell or don't want to go for distress sell, we actually help them with the warehousing. And once the material is in the warehouse, we also enable the financing. So it's an end-to-end value chain services that we provide to the member farmers. And so far, we have established partnerships close to 15 institutional players, right? For example, Myco, Sevenis, and also Nunhems. All these are the seed partners. And same goes with the Nagarjuna, which is into soil nutrients, and Bayer, KM Bioscience, and also Syngenta, the crop protection products, and the largest spice process come exporters like Synthite, AVT, McCormick, JNT. All of them are our existing customers, and Samanati is into the value chain financing. So this is how we provide end-to-end services to farmers by collaborating with the diverse stakeholders who have got interest in the agricultural commodity value chain. And the revenue model we just given, like there are multiple people who make use of services, farmers obviously, and apart from farmers, the procurers and also the input manufacturers also will avail service from us. So for farmers, the traditional services like input distribution, market linkage, warehousing, and for procurers we provide traceability as a service, and for input manufacturers we provide crop insights as a service. So there are multiple revenue channels, and and these service revenue streams are spread across the commodity value chain, and different participants actually pay for different kind of services. The market size part, as you know, the agriculture is a massive industry, and each commodity is $1 billion opportunity. I just took an example of spices and chili within that, and just given the numbers here, but the idea here is to work with multiple high-value commodities which are exportable, which are safe to consume food products. And also one thing that we wanted to highlight is the farming practices that we promote. We call it as IPM, Integrated Pest Management Practices, which is a mid-path between the natural organic farming and the extensive agrochemical based farming actually. So it's a middle path, but the idea is to reduce gradually the amount of chemicals being applied on the food crops. So in the competitive landscape, so we have given a comparison against the existing startups like Ninjakart, Dihat, and also the corporate initiatives like eChopal by ITC, and also the government initiatives like ENA. So the clear differentiation is where we actually provide, we have the crop focus, we have focus in high value commodities, and we also cover the entire value chain, and we provide insights, crop insights to the ecosystem partners, we provide traceability, and farmers, we actually do digital based quality assessment, and we enable competitive bidding process for the farmer. So this is how we are able to differentiate ourselves with the existing participants. So current traction, so we have been working in the chili value chain at the moment. We wanted to stabilize our operations, consolidate our footprint in the chili value chain before getting into the other commodities like turmeric. So far we have worked out closely with 5,300 farmers, around 15 village level entrepreneurs, and 13 farmer producer organizations. So all of this is currently in Telangana region, and we have done multiple experiments like what works and what doesn't work, to what you can monetize, what you cannot monetize, and which intervention has got more of social and economic impact for the farmers. So this is where we are currently. So last year we closed the financial year with 1.76 crore top line, and we are now targeting 12 crore. So some of the case study on the impact part, as you can see, Shamrao is a smallholder farmer with a 3 acre of farmland, and we actually supplied micronutrient based soil nutrients for farmers, and by using that the Shamrao's yield has actually improved by 20%, and we procure the material within the village. If they have to transport it to an APMC which is close to like 60-70 kilometers, they have to actually incur a lot of cost on transportation, the commission that they have to pay to the RT in the APMC, Amali, and a lot of other deductions. And we also pay a premium for farmers who produce food safe spices. So all put together, each farmer was able to realize like 1,800 to 2,100 rupees extra income for every quintal that they actually supply to Pasipatna. And in his own words, you say that the moment they go to APMC, they feel that their self-respect has been compromised, because there will be a lot of disrespect to the farmer the moment they take the material to the APMC. But where here there is a lot of transparency that we maintain when we procure the material from the farmer, and also that's the reason why farmers also feel that their dignity is well protected. And a farmer to an entrepreneur, now Shamrao has actually been a catalyst in his own village. So similar to Shamrao, we also have around 375 such farmers whose average incomes have actually gone up by 15%, and 18% of the farmers had actually made use of warehousing facility, which was very rare because most of the smallholder farmers they will immediately dispose the material immediately after the harvest because they need money. But since we encourage farmers to make use of the warehousing infrastructure and made finance accessible at a time when they need the capital, and that is the reason why farmers are actually almost 18% is a significant progress that we could actually make. And with the good agriculture practices that we promoted, we could actually realize that almost 8 out of 10 samples were tested residue-free, means pesticide residue-free, which can be exported to markets like Europe and US. And in the process, we were able to create 67 new jobs. So our team, just given myself, I've got 17 years of experience all into agriculture and agribusiness. I worked with the companies like TCS and also the ABT and Harrison's Malayalam in India and even in Africa. And I'm MBA graduate from Indian School of Business. I am responsible for overall leadership and business management. My Gangadhar is my colleague. He is currently based in US, working for banking and financial industry. So he is taking care of the technology implementation. My co-founder Narendra is actually ex-Melinda and Gates Foundation World Bank consultant. He was chief executive for a microfinance institution in India. He is taking care of the community development. And we have Venkateshwar too, who is an agriculture graduate. He takes care of the field implementation or the field operations. And we also have Sandeep Bula, who is an agronomist specialized in high-value agricultural commodities like spices. So earlier he worked with companies like Nagarjuna, and he is currently taking care of our agri-input business portfolio. So we are giving a financial projections for 5 years, where the idea is to set up 100 such farmer service centers covering about 2.5 lakh farmers in 5 years' time, and be $1 billion company next to 10 years. So we will be operationally profitable in 2 years, and we have a plan to become a leading spice ingredients company. So currently we are Chile, and we wanted to consolidate our footprint in domestic play. And this season we are infusing the technology component so that the model becomes more scalable and transparent. And then the next season we are targeting the export market, where we will be able to export residue-free chili to the overseas markets. And then we will be getting into the additional crops like turmeric. And third year we are planning to get into the processing part, where it's a bulk, like converting chili into chili powder, flakes, etc., and then supplying to the B2B players. And finally, we wanted to have a consumer brand, a certified, safe to consume food brand in India and globally. So that's the vision that we have currently. And we have been in talks with various partners for funding, both on the grant, equity, and also debt. And the idea is to have a happy farmer and also happy consumer. Yeah, so currently the farmer part is very clear, right? Input distribution is where we source inputs from manufacturer and then supply directly to the farmer, where we have a margin on each of the product that we supply to farmer. Our market linkage, there are two models that we currently operate, where we buy out material from the farmer and then supply to the exporters and processors, where we keep our own margin. And the second one is we directly connect the buyer with the farmer and the farmer producer organization, where we get an incentive or a facilitation charge directly from the buyer. And for warehousing, currently, like we lease out the space from the existing cold storages in Telangana, and we sublease to farmer, where we keep a nominal charge. So these are the current revenue channels that are active. But going forward, we also wanted to have the digital e-marketplace kind of platform, where we enable services for both not just for farmer, but even the ecosystem players also. For example, the procurers. So a procurer, like say ABT McCormick, which is supplying to McCormick, which is based in US. So they need a lot of insight, right? For example, every invoice of raw material that they procure, they want to know who is the farmer who has produced it, where it has been produced, how it has been produced. So that is all the data related to traceability. And traceability is something that the buyers are willing to pay a premium actually. So that's where traceability, with the digitalization coming into picture, we will be able to enable the traceability, for which we will be able to command a premium that we actually command over premium over the produce that we supply to the buyers. And also the other value-added products. Value-added products is currently instead of selling the whole chili, you can actually do a minimal processing also, like stemless, stem cutting, then flex, and then powder, and then finally you have the essential oil extraction also. So there is a deep potential for value addition based on the resources at our disposal. We can actually create the value addition opportunities, which will actually command a premium. And also, I mentioned like the subscription and transaction. Subscription more relevant to the input manufacturer, right? For example, a company like Seminis, who has got different kinds of seed varieties, they might want to create a visibility, like these are the seeds which are good for so and so soil. So you create a platform where they can come and showcase their product portfolio, and you also provide advisory to the farmer. So along with the advisory, we can also push the notification related to the partner brands, right? So that's where the people will be willing to give, pay a subscription on the digital platform. And then we also have transactional. Transactional is more of, for example, if there is a buying selling of input on the e-marketplace, so we can actually charge 1 to 2% of the transaction value. Same goes even on the output side also. So a trader who is interested in a particular commodity, they source the material from the marketplace, and then we charge, because we actually do a lot of facilitation, ensuring the quality, ensuring the logistics, and ensuring the delivery, ensuring the payment to the farmer. So these are the services that will be extended by Pacific Panta, for which we actually charge. That's the transactional through the digital platform. And third one is basically the data as a service. Since you onboard farmers, onboard ecosystem partners, we generate a lot of insightful data which is useful for the financial institutions who wants to fund finance the farmers, the FPOs. So they get the data related to who is the farmer, what is his P&L of his farming, what are the assets he has got, what is his capital requirement, and how has been his actually income level. So all these are enabled through data as a service kind of stream. So that's the reason you see the green ones are currently active, the black ones are something which is in pipeline.
At Institute of Inspiring Innovation, and his clientele includes Dell, Research and Development, Mercedes, Standard Chartered, and the likes of them. And he is a serial entrepreneur turned innovation coach, and he loves to inspire enterprises, 100,000 trainees all across different corporate organizations. So without much of delay, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Naveen Kapoor to take over this track from here on. Thank you so much. And a huge round of applause for him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me hear some noise. Okay, good afternoon. How many of you had good lunch? Raise your hands. Lunch was amazing. Okay. So here is an opportunity for you all to acknowledge those who have really done well and true to this concept of AgFoodTech. That was really nice and healthy food. And there was a story, and the sweet that they started with, it was so tasty. How many of you had a sweet today afternoon? How was it? Shout out! And the guy who cooked should hear you. Shout out! Actually, this is the best way for you to express not just the gratitude, and also to express how tasty it was, because we seldom recognize people, right? So if this is a healthy food, if it is a tasty food, and if it is a medicine, which is so tasty. Did you know you all had medicine? In fact, it is medicine. There is a wonderful saying and a quote. If you don't eat food like medicine, you'll eat medicine like food. And I wanted to question, and this is challenging the status quo. This is about inseparable twins. I want to bring two sides of the same coin together, right? And technology, we're talking about technology, one side food, ancient wisdom and modern science. All of that happening from the morning here, and today the food that we ate was food at the same time medicine, because it was all made of millets, and these millets have medicinal value, and they were also tasty, right? So if you have liked it, if you have had it, if you think, and this is also one of the ways to ensure that you're not asleep, just to ensure that you're all awake, give a round of applause to those who cook. And don't think the program is over, okay? It's just starting. It's not the Thanksgiving, but I'm starting from there. Opportunity for all those who grew that is the farmers. Let's recognize the food that we ate just now didn't happen. There's a huge supply chain which has gone through. And then people who have literally grown it. And so one round of applause to all the farmers who have grown those wonderful meals. Okay, Srinivas Alluri was a part of that growth, and also for, so here he is, representing all of them.
Hope you all enjoyed. So thank you very much. So basically, similar kind of thing what we do is every day in our Gurukul also, all the children, now we have actually little bit of oil and salt, etc. But without even using those things, naturally we cook. Very tasty because it's coming from the organic farm, right? The cow dung and cow urine. So you see the chutney, green chutney, whatever you ate, that is with so wonderful medicinal values. Sesbania flowers. It's sesbania flowers and
Srinivas. We are still grappling and enjoying the taste. Okay, now we will ask you a question, and it is going to help bring those points out. So it's going to be a question. What medicinal values today that we had food? How is it medicine and what medicinal values? I want it in 3 points.
So see, Hadjod, chutney is Hadjod and this flower. What happens when you are eating that? Even if bones are broken, I have a lot of pains in the body and the bones. In broken bones. నల్లేరు తర్వాత అవిష పువ్వులు వాటితో చేసిన చట్నీ కొబ్బరికాయ చింతకాయ తర్వాత మామిడికాయ అంటే కాయలతో చట్నీ యాక్చువల్లీ ఎలా చేయాలో అలా మీకు బయట అంతా చింతపండుతో చేస్తారు అంత రకరకాల ఎడిటివ్స్ కలుపుతారు బట్ వీఆర్ ప్యూర్లీ మేడ్ విత్ దట్ నేచురల్ ఇంగ్రీడియంట్స్. And brown rice, you tasted it's a natural forming brown rice. Prakriti Sahasamanga Pandinchina Deshi brown rice. Okay, so the earlier days.
My question now, like one is the chutney that you all ate. How many of you ate chutney? And did you know that the medicinal value and what benefits that you had? It's a wonderful glue for your bones and
it's a complete nutrition.
Nutrition. And now
Sesbania grandiflora.
Okay. So now the second one you're saying is the brown rice. So what medicinal values does that? How many of you had brown rice?
It's
okay. A lot of hands.
So this rice actually whatever you are seeing all the hybrid rice. It's completely different. You don't have any values in the current whatever you get currently RNR or when we rice was
medicinal
values in the current Ranikanda rice, the Deshi rice. It is used to feed their army for the strength and stamina.
Wow! You are all now aware that you are fed by the kings for your fitness. Yes. Wonderful. You're all in army, of bringing change. Okay, you're all change agents. Fantastic. Then third one.
Food as a medicine. This is a food.
No, that's what. In the third item, pick one more item.
Pick up the payasam. Everyone like it.
Yeah, payasam is millet. What's the medicinal value of that?
It is basically with the jaggery and millet. So these two are high protein, and at the same time, the jaggery, natural forming jaggery, it gives you very good micronutrients. So that's the advantage.
So the micronutrients, those look like little grains, right, as millets. But did you know that it is a micronutrient for you, and it is tasty and with a lot of medical value. So round of applause to him and his team for making this wonderful food, which is actually also medicine. With that, I will take the opportunity.
Major problem nowadays gastric trouble, right? So many people have a gastric trouble. So if you are having such kind of a food, what happens is naturally you can cure the gastric problem, no gastric problem. So that's a
meal both chesera. Did you eat? Okay, good.
We grow these things. Of course, not all the vegetables, etc. But at least most of them, all these flowers and nalleru, etc.
Yes.
We grow all these medicinal things.
This is a classic example of what can also bring both happiness and prosperity, right? So he's demonstrated that, and you can even maintain size 0, just like him, right? So we wish you.
It keeps you away from all these hospitals.
Yes, and here is
That's it.
a little chocolate for you called Chocolacious, wishing you happiness and prosperity. Thank you, Srinivas. Round of applause. Come here. One way to bring him away from the mic also. Right? Oh,
one more thing. This I want to come here. So this is actually we are actually campaigning no factory foods, only farm food.
Yes.
That's it.
Farm food. Okay. So this was amazing, food, and we started talking about food and how it's a great technology. Animal stuff. So let me have few members here who just gone through and building. Let's understand from them. We have Shyam Kumar Katta. Okay, so Shyam Kumar Katta, right? That is who you are. Somebody who has been an entrepreneur and in this space of agriculture, nutrition, health, and I'm sure as entrepreneurs, you all know that you have very special capability of understanding the challenges out there, and they are even special, a little extra, is that they even find ways of solving those. And can we have you here, Shyam? He's been in the panel. So what I'm planning to do is not necessarily have talks and presentations. It's going to be interaction with people who've been there, done that, and people who want to listen. I'm sure there's a wealth of knowledge right here. So it's going to be an interactive session. You're going to be speaking, you're going to be sharing, and we'll ask questions. And we will also take the mic away. Maybe you'll get a chance for earning a chocolate for that. And we have, health, nutrition, animal consumption is one part, right? When we talk about health. So did you know that health of a company is also dependent on the legal framework that we need to operate? As much as we're talking about the land today, there is a law of the land also associated, right? Think about it. Be it a startup, be it a company, be it even as a farmer, right? Or be it in the agri field or technology field or animal related. There is something called as the legal framework, okay? Ignorance is not bliss there. And we have somebody who's been swimming in that space and helping others, enabling the startups from the legal perspective. Because we neglect that side of the coin. Well, it's two sides of the coin. So one side, happiness and prosperity that if we also need to understand what's the legal framework. Can we have, the women power is going to be on the floor now. Can we have you? Sushma, right? Okay. Sushma Mathur. Wonderful. We have Sushma Mathur. Does it sound like happy and properly? There are two elephants, okay, in my book, Inseparable Twins. And coincidentally, this is like a nice feeling to be here. I used to be doing training programs at PIHA on creativity and innovation as Inseparable Twins. And Inseparable Twins is one of my books dedicated to inspire innovation and entrepreneurship. And what inspires me is the work of Dr. Abdul Kalam. And then there was one day, after doing these sessions at the Tea Hub, I get a message from Mr. Samir Chabra, who used to be the head of operations at Tea Hub. And one day, this is on 2nd of September, let me read this out for you. So Samir Chabra sent a message, pleasant one to me, on 2nd September 2019. And he says, "Hi Naveen, see what I found at the Abdul Kalam Museum in Delhi. Your book was a part of his collection. So here is the book, Inseparable Twins, part of Dr. Abdul Kalam's personal collection. So I'm so super excited and inspired. And today being on this stage, this whole platform has been created based on his inspiration. And he has an inspiration to all of us, right? And there are two characters here called Appy and Proppy. They're two elephants. They're very powerful. They're intelligent. Appy is like, big tusker, happy-go-lucky guy. And he wants to be an entrepreneur. And he's a foodie. And then he's somebody who's very creative, right? And that is Sham for all of you today. He's playing that role, right? And on my left is the other person who's going to be playing the role of Proppy. And Proppy and Appy says is synonym to happiness. Proppy says she's synonym to prosperity. And she means business. She means process. You can't get away from her. She puts structures and frameworks, and she sees there is a best practice for everything, and you need to follow that. And she's a taskmaster. And exactly matching to the Proppy's qualities and so on. So I found this lady who is all about those qualities, and she's going to be here playing that role. Can we have you here, please? So with that, Appy and Proppy here, I would like you to start with what's your journey, how has it been, what are the challenges, what do you think are the opportunities in the space that you are in?
Yeah, as I said, I would like to start with challenges first. Therefore, challenges are turned into opportunities. So, we would like to put it on the screen. I call it the 4C theory. The 4 challenges. The challenges are climate change, one of the biggest things the entire world is facing. Second thing was COVID. Entire globe has experienced. Third biggest thing was conflict. The conflict where nations are having. Okay, the conflicts between people having. And the fourth one is crisis. By all the 3 challenges, we landed up in other 4th C, which is called as crisis. What crisis are we in right now? It's a global food crisis. So would like to speak about that. All the 4 crises are showing up. 1 second, just give me.
So there's going to be crisis. There is definitely happening, and today one of the hot topic on crisis is the global warming, the climate also, right, which has an influence on this particular industry that we are talking about, the food, and how technology can play a role. So agriculture and food are like inseparable twins. Tech has become part and parcel of every single field. So it's going to be happening. So these are animals with Appy and Proppy as 2 elephants, right? So I was asking, last 3 days, I've been here, last 1 week in Hyderabad. And for this event that they ensured that I'm going to be here, so I was having this little time and got an opportunity. Kind of call it coincidence. Went to Mappal. Okay, so this is, the trigger was because I heard from Shri Narasimha Reddy that they are following principles of natural and spiritual farming. Sounded like inseparable twins to me again. Right? Saying, hey, how can these 2 come together and they're whole and complete by themselves, but when they come together, they can unleash new power. I was very interested to go see. And here, as much as farmers, we have been understanding the farmers as the labor force, working very hard, toiling, and in terms of the soil, the way they do, all of that. So the other side I saw as inseparable twins is the animals. So you are ready? Whenever you are ready, let me know. By then I will throw one wonderful concept that I learned, or ancient wisdom, and with the modern science. How many of you are aware of AI? AI? Shout out AI? Yes? What's AI?
Thanks for the opportunity. My perspective with AI is artificial intelligence.
And what's your name?
My name is Sachin.
Sachin?
Yes. So that's what I do.
Oh, fantastic. Round of applause for Sachin. Sachin, right? So yeah. Round of applause, come on guys. Everybody. Today, did you know that, once upon a time, the word apple would mean what? A fruit. And today you say apple, and they would say it is a cell phone. So that is what it has happened, right? And once upon a time, AI used to be something else, and today AI is artificial intelligence. Any guesses on what it used to be earlier as AI? If you say what I have in my mind, you get chocolates. Good one. Air India. Even before that, Air India. For that, you have to get this. It's good guess. AI, which is Air India. Wonderful. So, even before AI was Air India, any guesses what AI could have been? I learned something. In the last 3 days, I learned AI is animal intelligence. Wow, right? I coined it. But truly, it was an amazing learning. And this learning was about, I saw cows in this farm. I asked, wow, I understand the importance of cow, and we even pray, and every bit of what cow does produce is very useful in the agriculture and good health and all of that, nutritional values, and then in terms of wonderful technology, and it's like treated as God. Few crores of gods are seated there. That is like the microorganisms which it produces, and each one is so beneficial. Then I saw an ox there. I said, what's this doing? And why is this, do you need when you are in this technology space, the tractors and the AI world, right? So then I learned a few things. One is that they are very intelligent being. I asked how? So they are one intelligence, and here is somebody who taught me all of that is seated here, Sri Narasimha Reddy. He is running this Mapalle village, it's a model village today. And when I asked him this question, he said, did you know, well, I asked one more question, because his profession, his business is in tractor business. So, one side you are asking the ox to be used, animal to be used. Is it not shooting at your own foot, at your business, right? So he said, no, I also promote tractors for a few things, where there is no intelligence required, only machine power required. Where there is intelligence required, I use the animal, which is the ox here. And there are so many animals. Why ox was chosen? For cultivating, for tilling the land. And there are so many small organisms which are there, which are useful. It's so intelligent, it does not stamp or does not cut through those. At the same time, this is something like, even the farmer who's tilling, if he slips or falls or trips, it knows when to stop. Not just that, when it puts a foot onto the land, millions of microorganisms it gives life, which actually are life-giving microorganisms. Wonderful, right? it's so intelligent that it can indicate to the farmer, because it's so connected to the nature, that when it is going to rain, it knows much better than the humans. And when it is not going to rain, it also indicates to the farmer who is connected well with these animals and knows how to understand, and all our ancestors were able to. It's just that we lost that science. And if at all we can, there is a phenomenal thing. I was watching one video where a friend of mine, he's a big farmer, tons of bananas they export also, and supply all over India and so on. So elephants had entered their farm, ransacked the whole, they were very angry probably, ransacked the whole farm, acres and acres together. Not even one tree was left, but there was only one tree, just one tree standing tall. In acres and acres of land where the trees were all crushed to the floor, one tree. And when they went to that tree, they saw there was a nest a bird had, and then there was the little eggs there. How did these guys know about it? Just think about it. Look at the intelligence that they have. And we have just taken over their land, and as the kind of memory of an elephant, it's not that it has come to destroy, it is just confused because we've just encroached their places and not understanding that they are an integral part and they have phenomenal intelligence. If only we understand that we co-live and then we need to coexist, and it will be a little extra if we can create and work as a team. Animals and humans as inseparable twins. If we want to create wonderful farming, they know what farming is all about much better than us. So are we making them a team? And that is what I saw, how Sri Narasimha Reddy was making these oxes and understanding the value proposition that animals were bringing and the intelligence that they were bringing in. A round of applause for this wonderful science, ancient science that our ancestors had understood, and now that, if at all, we have that knowledge, we should be practicing, right? So, it could be a startup opportunities. So, going back to you, and what challenges, and what do you think?
All the challenges I have projected, okay, all the challenges are an opportunity.
Yes, all these challenges are opportunities, okay? Oh, fantastic. Which are those? Say it out.
Climate change.
Climate change.
Because of climate change, now we have a lot of enterprises which are coming to, who are working on that. Okay, so employment being created, a lot of intelligence has been developed.
Okay. So, amongst you, anybody tapping into this opportunity, where there is a problem called climate change, anybody looking at it as an opportunity? Anybody who wants to share if you are doing anything in that field on climate change as an opportunity? Yes, Sachin? Can we have a mic please for Sachin?
Thanks, Sachin. We are working in primarily in agri sector, where we come across the post-harvest of maize. That's the focus that we are doing. However, the reasons to come to agriculture, especially the post-harvest, there's still around 25 to 35% of post-harvest loss of produce of the crops. So this is adding up to the consumption cycle, where the maize which was supposed to get used is not getting used, and adding up to the carbon pressure across the world. India is only 6% holder of the maize, and it's pretty big market. So that was the idea, to if you reduce their losses and increase the efficiency, the emitted carbon would be lesser. That's the idea. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Shushma, what opportunities do you see, and what threats are there in the legal framework when somebody is talking, the whole world is talking about the climate change and opportunities, many startups going to come there. What are the few things that startups or the entrepreneurs should keep in their mind, and
especially related to even climate change? Any tips from your side?
So,
Can we go back to your slide, please? So by seeing this slide, he has given climate change COVID conflict. So let me just share with you one example of COVID and how it altogether changed. So for one of our clients, the latest case, we raised the first fundraise we did in January 2020. We did it 10 crores of valuation. Thanks to China in COVID. Since that startup is into EdTech, it's an online education. It became a non-negotiable thing. Every parent wanted, their kids to study online because there was no choice as such. Schools were shut. January 2022, we raised January 2021. We raised second round, and the valuation rose from 10 to 50 crores. 5 times. Thanks again to China. We had again second, third wave. And yes, in November 2022, how much would have been the valuation? Anybody guesses? 1,000 crores. So even the angel investors, the friends who had invested, they were specifically writing to us and asking, are you sure this is the valuation? So this is how COVID had played a positive role in so many lives.
Absolutely. See, here, climate change plus COVID plus conflict, is it really crisis or is this an opportunity? Right? It seems to be a big crisis for the world, but those who can wear the lens of an entrepreneur and where they can identify opportunity and bring solution, right? Just not about identifying opportunity, the action that you take, what do you do? Like Sachin was able to recognize something and he's doing something. Do you think he deserves the wish of happiness and prosperity? He does, right? So here is the property, right? Wishing happiness, prosperity, and can you give it away to him? I thought the property will say, no, this is mine, I'm going to keep it, I'm not going to give it. So wonderful. Yes, the elephants are cured, right? So wonderful. And do you think the conflict? Why do we need conflicts? Are there almost every opportunity here, and especially even in this conference that we are hearing. So we want more of entrepreneurship in agri field and the food area. What conflicts could be there, and how do you think a legal framework should be considered into this for the startups?
So, as far as conflicts are concerned, from legal perspective, what can I share is that entrepreneur wants to try not many things. They want to actually explore everything. But let me share with you, whenever the investor is giving you money, please read your agreements. For sure, the investor has ensured that your kidney, your lungs, your heart, everything is earmarked in their favor. Please read your agreements once again. So, investors would try to probably control you. Control in the sense that they want to work within the framework, be it legal framework or maybe market framework. But entrepreneur, on the contrary, they want to just fly high and explore. So there, where I see a little bit of conflict.
Okay, so it's important. We can't ignore. Even it's the same situation with farmers, especially with this trend happening. Ignorance is not this well. Again, in Mapale as an example, he invited several farmers, and looks like they're also excited about this whole concept of what they are doing, and they want to become farmpreneurs, entrepreneurs in the farming space, right? Which is organizing that unorganized segment. And when they're all good at farming, doesn't mean that they can take their eye off on the other side of the coin, and otherwise you'll land up in a soup, not here the good soup that. We're talking about the tomato soup, which is very healthy, but unfortunately people are not eating, is what our lawyer guru just said when we were having lunch. And how do you ensure that the newer generation is very interested about the kind of food, the ancient food. With that, what ideas do you have? What are you doing in your startup or in your space of work that could make it interesting for new members?
So what we are trying to do is, can you give me the next slide? So what we are trying to do is, we have identified in the chain, there are several things which we have identified. Because of climate change, there is a production, less production which is happening. A lot of friends in the morning, all the gurus who were sitting here, they were speaking about production less. But consumption is gonna be high. A few weeks back we came to know that India itself has crossed 8 billion, right? So 8 billion, the world has crossed 8 billion population. So the consumption of the product is gonna be high. And I have written poverty and hunger. Morning someone was mentioning that we need to, earlier we were eating, I think horticulture, VC was mentioning that earlier we used to eat one fruit which had equivalent of calcium or vitamins. But right now, we need to consume double to have the same amount of micronutrients, or it could be vitamins, something like that. Which means we have less production and there is high consumption, which will hypothetically land us in trouble. So for that we are trying to look at it. It's the same thing with animals. So people have a different attachment with animals. I have seen in places, Bihar, like people, if their houses are flooded, they try to go away from that house, leaving everything, but they do carry their animals with them. So there's a different connection between animals and human beings. So that's how we have found, we came up with this chain, where this will help us to come with solutions. Want me to put the solutions?
Oh wow, okay. So where there's problem, anybody else relating to this problems, any of these problems that you think is a problem, any of you relate to this? Some of you are even running FPOs, right? Sir, you are running a FPO. Yes, so I'm sure all of these, do you see which of these are a real challenge?
Mr. Surendra Babu, he is the founder and managing director of Attaluru Organics FPO.
FPC.
Yeah, Farmer Producer Company, correct. Sir, as asked question, it's a very interactive session and many people are getting out of the sleep now because of eating very nutritious lunch provided by Srinivas Garu from Maravata. So this is a very nutritious discussion happening now. So why Sari is called as Maharshi for his village? Because we are talking how to empower the farmer. He has already empowered the farmers, raised the income to 2 levels, 3 levels, 4 levels, and now the products also have come to the market. Some outlets have been formed. Attaluru outlet, organics outlets he has already got into. We want to scale up. Okay? And he happened to be the cousin brother of Chief Justice of India, N.V. Ramanagar. That's what I was telling to some people. So please go ahead, sir.
So, thank you so much for being here and willing to share your thoughts. So we would like to hear the challenges, and 5 challenges. We'll limit it to 5. I know the way today morning that I was hearing, challenges looks like we can write books. And maybe it is an opportunity, right? And in fact, actually I wanted to acknowledge for the wonderful effort which has gone in by the organizing team. They've collected, the IIT Tirupati effort is also there, looks like, on challenges which the farmers and the opportunities which are there. And I'm thinking that there will be phenomenal possibilities of new ideas coming because of the challenges are posted on this event's website. So what are the 5 challenges, sir?
I am not well versed with English, and say kindly allow us to speak in Telugu.
Atlete 5 challenges. Challenges, what do you say in Telugu for challenges? Oh, okay. Adi 5 kavali.
No, actually I am not. Actually నేను చేసే ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఏదైతే నేను I am not technically sound on all areas. I am a farmer. Actually, what we Attaluru village, Amravati Mandal, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. యాక్చువల్గా ఈ అతులూరు విలేజ్ అనేది 6,500 పాపులేషన్, 3,500 acres of cultivable land. 10 years back వరకు 25 years back వరకు ఈ విలేజ్ వెరీ రిచ్ విలేజ్. ఆఫ్టర్ ఇది కాటన్, చిల్లీ ఏదైతే హై ఇన్కమ్ క్రాప్స్ ఏదైతే స్టార్ట్ అయినాయో, హై యూసేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ అండ్ పెస్టిసైడ్స్, ఇది ఇండియాలో నెంబర్ 2 గుంటూరు డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ అనేది. దీనివల్ల ఇంక్లూడింగ్ మా పొలాలు కూడా బ్లాక్ కాటన్ సాయిల్ అండ్ రెడ్ సాయిల్స్ మరియు వెరీ హై ఫెర్టైల్ సాయిల్స్ అన్ని బ్యాడ్లీ డ్యామేజ్, ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఆల్ వైట్ కండిషన్లోకి వచ్చింది పొలాలన్నీ. మేమందరం ఫార్మర్స్ అందరం కూర్చొని ఎట్లా చేద్దాం ఏంటంటే, దెన్ మీ థాట్ టు మీట్ నవాడ్. దెన్ హీ వాజ్ CGM ఇన్ నవాడ్. గోవిందరాజు గారి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళడం జరిగింది. అప్పుడు ఆయన అడ్వైజ్ ఇచ్చారు, మీరు అందరు రైతులు కాబట్టి మీరు FPC పెట్టుకోండి, ఈ విధంగా చేయండి. ఆయన మీరు ఇమీడియట్గా స్టార్ట్ చేయాల్సిన పని లేదు, ఆల్ ఓవర్ ఇండియా ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ ఎట్లా ఉంది మీరు ఒకసారి అబ్జర్వ్ చేసినండి. ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్కి వెళ్తే ఫ్యూచర్ అంతా ఆర్గానిక్. ఏదైనా టెక్నాలజీ ఏది ఉన్నా సరే, మనం ఎన్ని IT రిలేటెడ్ ఏది వెళ్ళినా సరే, కింద గ్రౌండ్ లెవెల్లో ఒకటి ఫార్మర్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ అనేది లేకపోతే కింద లెవెల్ గ్రౌండ్, ఎందుకంటే 70% ఆఫ్ పాపులేషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ డిపెండ్ అవుతున్నారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళ ఇది కూడా వ్యూస్ కూడా మనం తీసుకోవాలి. అందులో అగ్రికల్చర్ ఫార్మర్ వాళ్ళ ల్యాండ్ హోల్డింగ్స్ బిలో 2 acres ఉంది ఆన్ యావరేజ్ మీద. దేని ఇన్కమ్ ఆల్సో మస్ట్ బి డబుల్డ్ ఆర్ ట్రిపుల్డ్, అయితేనే వాళ్ళ ఇన్కమ్ సరిపోతుంది అని మేము త్రూఅవుట్ ఇండియా తిరగడం జరిగింది. ఆ దీంట్లో ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్కి ఎవరైతే చేస్తున్నారో అగైన్ మళ్ళీ వాళ్ళు బ్యాక్ అవుతున్నారు. ఎందువల్ల బ్యాక్ అవుతున్నారు అనే దాని మీద చాలా రిజల్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇక దీన్ని ఎట్లా చేయాలనేది ఫార్మర్స్ అందరూ కూర్చొని మోడర్న్ అగ్రికల్చర్లో ఏ సిస్టమ్ ఉందో సేమ్ సిస్టమ్ మేము ఆర్గానిక్ సిస్టంలో ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. మేము విలేజ్ ప్రతి హౌస్ని FPCలో మెంబర్షిప్ చేసాం. 3,500 ఎకరాలను కూడా ఒక క్లస్టర్ కింద జాయిన్ చేసాం. అండ్ అగైన్ ఇప్పుడు ఈ క్లస్టరే కాకుండా 5 villages కలుపుకున్నాం. 15,000 మంది పాపులేషన్ తోటి 18,000 ఎకరాలు ఈ క్లస్టర్ కింద తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. ఇది ఫ్యూచర్లో మాది కృష్ణా రివర్ బెడ్, రివర్ వాటర్ మొత్తం ఫుల్ సప్లై ఉంటుంది 365 days.
Maki, this is pretty interesting work, but I think there was some hidden gems there. Ante మీరు ఈ FPC క్రియేట్ చేశారు కదా, ఏ ప్రాబ్లం సాల్వ్ చేస్తామని క్రియేట్ చేశారు. అది ఆ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ బికాస్ అది ఆపర్చునిటీ లాగా మారుతుంది వాళ్ళకి. సో ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది, అది ఎలా అంటే మీకు మాత్రం తెలుసు, సొల్యూషన్స్ వేరే వాళ్ళు వస్తారు, ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తలేదు కదా. సో అది కావాలి.
ఇప్పుడు ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్లోకి ఇక అందరూ డిసైడ్ అయ్యాం. దానికి ఒక గోశాల ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేసాం, స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ సెంటర్ కన్స్ట్రక్ట్ చేసాం, ప్రాసెసింగ్కి ఒక హాల్ కరెక్ట్ చేసాం. ఇవన్నీ ఫార్మర్కి ఏది అవసరమో ఒక కస్టమర్ హైరింగ్ సెంటర్ చేసి మేము దీన్ని ఒక బిజినెస్ మోడల్ చేసాం. దీనివల్ల ఫార్మర్ కూడా ఎడిషనల్గా దాన్ని ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయాల్సిన పని లేదు. పొలం దున్నే దగ్గర నుంచి FPC ఏది వస్తుంది, వాళ్ళ ట్రాక్టర్ ఉంటే ఓన్ ట్రాక్టర్ చేస్తుంది, లేకపోతే FPC చేస్తుంది. తర్వాత సీడ్ FPC ఇస్తుంది, నారు మనం ఇస్తాం, ఎరువులు మనం ఇస్తాం, అన్ని ఎవ్రీథింగ్ కంట్రోల్. దీని కింద మనం క్రాపింగ్ ప్యాటర్న్ ఇస్తాం. ఎకరానికి మల్టిపుల్ క్రాపింగ్ కంపల్సరీ రావాలి, 6 crops మినిమం రావాలి, 6 to 10 crops ప్లాన్ చేస్తాం. 1 or 2 crops ఫెయిల్ అయినా సరే ప్రతి క్రాప్స్ సస్టైన్ అవుతాయి కాబట్టి దాన్ని కూడా.
That's an interesting de-risking method, and so there are some solutions coming out. Ela cheyochu anesi solutions are coming. I would, sir, please be seated. We'll ask you a few questions, and if you are willing. And I would like, you also were saying when talking about no, please be seated. And you were talking about solution. Can we shift to the solution side? Because he already started on the solution. We would love to hear what solutions are you bringing. Next slide, please.
Yes. So this is a solution which we worked on. Sir was in fact mentioning, Maharishi Garu was mentioning FPOs and cooperatives which are part of that. Farmer interest groups, of course self-help groups are also part of that, and agri-tech companies and food companies. If you look at the theory,
If you look at the theory, there are 5 players in this theory. Okay? This is basically producers who are farmers. Okay? The second one is the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, basically agri-tech companies or food processing value chains who can come in play a role. Third thing is where we are working on the climate, basically protecting the earth. It's our responsibility to protect the soil and change the climate. Okay. And the fifth one, if you multiply by that, women who are sitting there on the stage, they are the key players for this. I actually would like to share something.
So I kind of got Preeti. Are you? Yeah, see, she's one of those interesting work that she's been doing. And so we would like to hear what is that you're doing. Can you do a pitch? Quick pitch, come. So we put her on spot. And yeah, entrepreneurs are always ready, right? And here you are, the women power on how to support and and protect you also legally. Welcome. So what do you? Quick pitch about what you do.
So my company is called Design. Design in Sanskrit means fresh. We started off this company because we wanted urbanites to consume fresh and nutritious food at home. And that's where I started bringing in these systems of hydroponics and all of these to encourage people in the urban cities to grow within the limited spaces that's available at home. But then I realized that one, people do not have the time. And secondly, the crop that they're growing today within their homes also is not as nutritious as we used to consume earlier. So that's when we as an organization started focusing on building in automated smart home systems to make the process of growing easier. One, for the urbanite, within their balconies, within their terrace spaces. Secondly, build in nutrients to make these crops, to enrich them, fortify them, and consume food as a medicine, like how everybody is been talking today. We all know, I think somebody also addressed it in the morning, Annam Parabrahma Swarupam is what we believe, and we want to bring in this ancient system with technology and start consuming food as medicine. And since we are an agri-tech company, that's where we thought we can bring in solutions for the farmer as well and completely bring in IoT-based automated solutions for the farmers. So that's what we do. We're trying to encourage the urbanite, grow at home. We address schools, we teach students to grow. Today, like somebody said, cat, buffalo and cow, their answer for this. So we need to teach the children where their food is coming from, how it grows. So that's another place where we're playing.
I think along with that, we need to also teach them how to grow their food. Not just, so the moment you start engaging the children to start growing their food, which used to be, just now who said, somebody was speaking, I think Srinivas Alur. So he said, he grew up from the age of 3, he has been there in the farm. Right, so they know how to grow their food. So thank you so much, and you can also be seated. Yes, and now over to you with this as an opportunity, right? The entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. Is there anything which is there available in the legal framework and a system for promoting and supporting women entrepreneurs for startups and so on?
So, the Government of India has already started up with running startup schemes, and especially there are certain incentives available for women entrepreneurs that we can share. Just for example, if I could give the importance of that registration is that, again, live examples that people could relate to it. So there is a valuation of the company which is at 150 billion. But super price, assuming hypothetically, the issue price comes out to be 3 lakh per share, the value of the company, as per the proper actual valuation. But the issue price at which the company raised funds is 6 lakh, double the amount, the valuation. Everybody is happy, company is happy, investors are happy. So what is the challenge? The challenge is under Income Tax Act, if you issue your capital is more than the valuation, then the entire differential is taxation.
a startup entity with entire tax system. So that's where these startup registrations, etc., they play an important role, and that's why it is important not for men and women. Everybody should take care of it. So, yeah.
Wonderful. And with this legal structure, if there is a structure, there is a multiplier effect. And that's what these pluses are all about. And he's somebody who's been creating the company of the FPC that they said, farmer producer. That's also a company. And how do you create value and valuation here? Right? And that is where the legal structures should be understood and utilized. I think fantastic. There should be collaboration. So this side of the happiness in working hard and bringing all the farmers together and working, and without the prosperity being there, with the legal framework, there is the possibility of making it happen. So, what are the other solutions as part of this? What actionables could be there? Because J. Chaudhary very nicely said, have a conference, but go back with actionables, right? So here farmers. There you have entrepreneurs, the climate, and the women as an integral part, and also the next one being the community, right? With that, what do you think?
Yes. So I think this evening, since the discussion has come up, so morning our all gurus were speaking about we need to bring the change and we need to bring the change. So these are three questions which we leave it to you. I think, Naveen. Yes. I mean, you can take it up. These are the three questions where you can put it to the crowd and take it.
So, 3 questions for you all to dabble, think, and make it actionable. What is your personal commitment? What is your commitment? And what is your professional? One is personal, the other is professional commitment, right? And what are the timelines? Yeah, a plan without that timeline would remain a dream. So one of my quotes that I've authored is, a dream is a dream when you don't do anything about it, right? So it will remain as a dream. So you make it happen and it will become a reality. It will probably make a huge difference, right? So, and this has been an international conference and people wanted to be joining in, sharing their ideas and thoughts and so on. So here we have somebody from Denmark, and for him to share his thoughts and his ideas about this whole concept on agriculture with respect to be it animal or the plants, the nutrition and the technology, all of it put together. So can we have him online? Yeah, bring him online on the screen also. Well, we are bringing him online. So as I was saying, that I was there in this Mapale. So pretty interesting. One tree we stopped by. Okay. And this tree, I heard, is 120 years old. So this tree bears some fruit, seasonal fruit. And this is the fruit it bears. And something...
That fruit is different than this.
No, this one. Yeah, this fruit. Okay. And so there is this fruit. And there is some medicinal value to it. But here, when we stopped at this tree, they said, when you are actually, it was not producing any fruits and it's probably grown old, and they wanted to just chop it off. In front of the tree, all the farmers are standing, and there is a conversation. The tree is grown old, and it's not bearing any fruits. Time to chop it off. And you know what happened after that? This is a seasonal fruit, supposed to be bearing fruits for 3 months. From the time that they had this conversation, it's been bearing a lot of fruits, and throughout the year, an example for how the trees are listening. It doesn't want it to be chopped. It has still life to give and more life for others to give. So, a lot of applause to this tree and the plants, right? So they are so intelligent. And we have Anders Thompson from Netherlands, right? Is it? Denmark, from Denmark. Can we have him?
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Okay. Yes, my name is Anders Thompson. I come from Nordic Flex House in Denmark, Copenhagen. And Nordic Flex House company in New Delhi, but also in China. So I would like to make a short presentation of our vertical farming solution. We call it the Power Container Solution. So we are actually looking at the following global challenges to solve some of them. So one challenge is that we have the growth of the world population that expect to reach nearly 10 billion people in 2050 and 11 billion in 2100. To create an extremely large water, food and energy challenges with major environmental and social consequences. The other challenge that we are looking at is that the conventional food production practices have a linear relationship between resource use and production. And hence more resources like water, nutrients, energy and land are required to produce more food and meat because of the increasing demand. Finally, the third challenge is that 25% of the food are thrown away, especially in the transportation, which is a significant amount of wasted resources in terms of land, energy, water, and nutrients and chemistries. So our solution, as mentioned, we call it the Power Container. It's like the Lego brick. Denmark is famous for our Lego, so it's like a Lego brick, and then you can combine them according to the user needs. You can scale up according to user needs. So Power Container Solution is a food production system where only electricity, water, and nutrients are necessary resources to produce healthy herbs, lecture, tomato, cucumbers, and fish. Power is an energy and water efficient solution that supports the principle where we actually recycle all the values food. So looking at the challenges mentioned to begin with, in terms of increasing need of food, our system is 28 times more effective compared to produce vegetable in the field, and we are actually saving 80% in labor cost because our solution is very automatic. More resources needed to produce food. That was also the second challenge. 95% of the water that we are using in the system are actually recirculated. We are working with 100% renewable energy, photovoltaic, heat pump ventilation, or biogas container. So actually, biogas container can generate energy, but also organic fertilizers to the biogas container to produce vegetable. Also, we have documented reduced carbon footprint, farm to table. We have made life cycle analysis together with the University of Aarhus in Denmark. Finally, the last challenge, 25% of the food is wasted or thrown away. Actually, we have a system where we produce the vegetable near to people that are eating the vegetable. So no transportation is needed. Also, the waste that could come out of the vegetable can be used in the biogas to transform food waste into energy and nutrients. The target market for our Power Container is the Nordic market, that means Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland, where we have already commercial solutions. But now we are establishing a joint venture in India, so our focus here will be India, Southeast Asia as our main target group. First, we are going to localize our solution, also with a polymer solution, so you actually can use sun instead of land. The value proposition of our solution is that so we can add according to the needs. So in the Nordic, we are producing vegetable, but also fish and also insect. Insect can be used as food or feed for the fish, and the fish waste can be used as organic fertilizers for the vegetable. At the same time, these three categories of product can also be consumer. And we do that together with Michelin restaurants in Copenhagen, but we are also targeting supermarket and eco-villages. Our return on investment for this solution based on CAPEX and OPEX is 3 years. So this is more detail about our target group. So in Copenhagen, we call it the food cities. So on the roof of the apartment buildings, we have our bio containers so that people that are living in this apartment building can share this vegetable production for their own consumption. So these are an illustration of our bio. We have different solutions, but this is our automatic moving gutter system that can fit into a 40-feet container that is actually quite automatically. So it will go and to have hands around the production process. Here are some pictures of some of the vegetables that we produce in the container. Actually, our test result is that we have high quality, and also it is like a lecture, a salad. The weight is around 300 grams, the same or even more compared to if you buy vegetable in the supermarket. We also have indoor vegetable farming. That is downsized more than, so it's less than 40 feet container, so that it actually can fit into a supermarket chain. So here you see an example of such a hydroponic solution. So we have a hydroponic, aquaponic, and aeroponic solution in our portfolio. Also, we have a smart farming solution that you can get access through a cloud. It's an AI solution, or your computer or iPad. Here you get the indoor climate of the container, like in terms of temperature, CO2, humidity, but also the water quality, the connectivity, the pH, so that we can actually control the whole production platform. Also, we have developed a production planning system, so you can forecast when you harvest and also when you're going to seed, and actually checklist of needed tasks to be doing every day. So we try to automate that so it's very precise and accurate system around that. As mentioned, our calculation and based on that we can produce more than 90,000 liters a year in a 40-foot container. We have a return on investment around 3 years. We can have a leasing model if that is needed, so that people can pay 5 to 10 years in the payment plan, and so that you can actually have the CAPEX as an OPEX figure, and that's more interesting for restaurants that want this kind of business model. Also, we are working with franchising model for license production that we also want to do in India. Today, we have already production in Asia, so we can have a quite competitive solution. Below you see some reference cases. We have a supermarket chain in Greenland where they are going to use our BioPod in all their supermarket chain in Greenland. Also, the Danish Michelin restaurants we are having as customers. That was a very quick going through our solution. That is a water-based solution and also renewable energy solution where we can control the indoor climate and also the nutrient to the vegetable can be controlled automatically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anders Thompson, for presenting the biopod for us. Here is a classic example of how you can have waste to wealth, right? And so much of benefits. Well, the food which is actually wasted can also still be producing energy. Can you think about it and see how it can be utilized? Thank you so much. And here we come to a close of this session where you got to see how the artificial intelligence to animal intelligence. We got to see how entrepreneurship, it's about taking problems and solving. It is all about bringing a structure and a framework, and in a legal framework, to create value and wealth, right? So, and we also got to hear how a community is built and what kind of, how you identify the problems and then come with solutions and the power of community, right? And the women power is experienced here on stage. Give a round of applause to all of them who have contributed and you all who also contributed with your thoughts and your participation. Shyam, can we have you here? So, Preeti, would you want to give away a little chocolate to Shyam who brought all the challenges out and he's solving some and he got everybody to start thinking and with an actionable. So, this is for him. And do you want to do the honors to Shyam? So, yeah, and this is like she herself is a fan of Appy and the Proppy, and I was testing whether she can give it away or not. So, she didn't give it away. Can we have him to be honored? And in the meantime, they are setting it up. Sir, can you acknowledge her for being that Proppy and the taskmaster in terms when it comes to frameworks, legal, and also bringing prosperity through the structures, right? So supporting many entrepreneurs. How many entrepreneurs would you have worked? Where are you from?
I'm from Delhi.
Delhi.
And I'm employed by the Delhi IoT Innovation Center.
Wow.
So I don't even recall how many startups I've ever advised. So it's just a chain. One presenting to another. So I've forgotten the chain, even that two referred home. So that's the case. But yeah, just to conclude, I would say just like agro-nutrition is important, food nutrition is important. Similarly, your legal nutrition is equally important.
Absolutely.
Legally crafted. Thank you.
Yes, and for that wonderful punchline, right, where there is legal nutrition required, here is chocolateous for you from the person who's collected and created a community and they call it a company. So can you give this off to her? And wishing you happiness and prosperity. Wishing you happiness and prosperity. So wishing you happiness and prosperity to you too. And wishing you all happiness and prosperity. So can we do the little honors for those who are there here, who contributed for the community? Shreya. Shreya is other manpower and women power working. Go ahead, give Shreya. So we will be a little extra. She's been carrying this and doing all this hard work behind the stage, right? So we will ask her to give this away to him. Yes. A round of applause for Shreya and all the youth power that which is very required. Yes.
Move closer. Ma'am, can you please?
Yes. The next one. Come, the youth behind the scene. Guys, come. You're going to honor. Come, bring. Vinita, right? Vinita or Vinuta? Vinuta. Come. So you're going to honor. Give away the pot. Beautiful pot. Guys, clap. I want to do this. Yeah. So she is going to Preeti. Give this to Preeti. Yes. And Preeti, you have been giving that to everybody, right? So here is a little special. She is giving that to you. And she's really doing some amazing work, Preeti. I think it's good that you got introduced to Shushma Mathur. Yes. Chocolate wild. Yeah. Yes.
Actually, they all deserve one round of applause for the simple reason. They were all very prepared with their presentation and they wanted to make the presentation and talk. At runtime, we said, you know what, are you open for the challenge of just coming here, speaking out, sharing your thoughts and you know, your experience and so on. So, my acknowledgement to you know, the Kata and the Mathur for making this as an interactive and accepting for the challenge. For making this as an interactive and accepting for the challenge.
Makode sir, he is also there. He has the video. Then another one video from UK. We are going to play that as well as part of this. Sachin, welcome. Sriram, welcome both of you.
Yeah, again, I'll keep it very short because the back end of the day, it's been a long day. We keep people waiting, and so first and foremost, I'd like to thank Ravi. Ravi good topic, an innovative show to moderate. A showman, but nonetheless, this last theme is about data and technology. I think this is the most relevant. It's coming the last but most relevant thing. That's what I feel. So what I request is for each of the panelists, could be 30 seconds introduction about themselves, what they are doing, right? So that we have things in context. We'll start with the lady in the house.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Salvi Sukara. I'm Managing Director and founder of Agriculture Services Private Limited. This is a social enterprise. It's a kind of a private incubator model where we are proposing a multi-food processing industry here. We are having a serial processing it's a multi-mini food processing industry where we are establishing like an incubation center too. And regarding the technology, my technology startup also is on the way, but it's too early for me to speak to that. And I want to build up a platform where all the stakeholders of the agri value chain will be there on platform, so it's yet to be done. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll take this.
Thanks, Somali. Somali is an agri-tech entrepreneur in food processing, essentially. Yeah, okay. Sriram, what?
I'm Sriram. I run a company called Smart Advisors. We are a strategy consulting firm. We work with agri and agri-tech companies, basically to help companies accelerate growth.
Thanks, Sriram. Sriram, earlier, before he started his own boutique investment advisory firm, he was with a large, I'd say, again, a boutique investment banking firm, and top 5 in India for Smart Capital. But now he's focusing on agri-tech advisory services. It's all come all the way from Chennai. Thanks, Sriram.
I already got introduced tomorrow.
So Dr. Senthil is a principal scientist at NARD. It's a ICAR Institute, Central Government Institute, and is very active with the AgFoodTech initiative called AgriUdaan under the umbrella of IDEA, right? So it has been very cooperative and helpful, and to get this event also moving, he has got some startups from his portfolio, etc. Welcome, Dr. Senthil. Sachin.
Hi, again, my name is Sachin, and nice to see you all here. We as a company working in post-harvest of agriculture crops, we use AI and deep tech for quality assessment. We have built a SaaS platform. We utilize satellite-based data, sensor-based data, and also related to deep tech and AI algorithms. Thank you.
Sachin runs an agri-tech startup by the name Roots Goods. He has developed an automated quality inspection based computer vision system for monitoring quality of maize at the farm household level. And also Sachin is basically engineer from Germany. He spent some time and he got into agri-tech. That's his background. So with this we will get started. I'll just pose 1 or 2 quick questions to get the discussion up and running, and it will be a free flow, but we'll do it in order. So many, you are a woman entrepreneur, right? So these days we are talking about woman entrepreneurs. entrepreneurs, right? So that's the focus. So therefore, as a woman entrepreneur, what are the few bottlenecks or challenges you face in that to an agri-tech, like we're food processing, right? So in order to scale, are you able to, for example, access institutional funding? So in that kind of those direction, that kind of dimension, what are the 2-3 challenges you face as a woman entrepreneur?
It's the right question because I recently got in the institutional funding under Agri Infrastructure Fund. I could tap the maximum cap is like 1.95 CR. I didn't want to go to investors at the primary stage because I was only bootstrapping till now. And I just wanted to say that it's still a bottleneck for us as a woman entrepreneur. Yes, though I had a very good education background. By education, I'm a PhD. And I have come with the 5 years of experience in the rural segment. I speak very confidently, even though, but there are still some bottlenecks for us going through, and the investors are not ready to really trust women. This is the fact. I don't know about other women entrepreneurs, like my previous funders were there. Women also who spoke, I don't know what is their experience. For me, till now, in the banking sector, they were not ready. It is in the banking sector. And now I am planning to go for investors next round, so I'll have new experience. But I'm confident on my process where, as a woman entrepreneur, it's a challenge. I don't see a specific challenge as a woman entrepreneur in the process. In fact, any entrepreneur will face the same kind of challenge. But we are treated as women entrepreneur. This is the bottleneck actually. We are not supposed to. It's an entrepreneur, right? It's why I'm again segregating it as women entrepreneur. It's everyone's journey. Everyone has their own. But we do run a women association also to bring those confidence levels into a woman. Yes, women themselves they are not ready to step ahead to take a huge investment, to go to that scale. They themselves they are not ready. So here we do nurture those women entrepreneurs in our association. So apart from my journey, we also handhold women who also wish to take this entrepreneurship journey.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Somani. You did a PhD, right? So that would be correct. But I said that I think after Nike, cannot say that women entrepreneurs. But I said that I think the issue is when we put it in the right perspective or a paraphrase what you told, most investors or lenders, let me put, they do not take women entrepreneurs seriously. And that's a global issue. It's not confined to India or agri-tech in India, it's a global phenomenon. But I said that I'm so glad that you're able to tap into Agri Infrastructure Fund, EIF, the central government scheme, a maximum 2 crore cap. You're able to tap into it and get it. So that itself shows that at least that I don't know the state level, but at the central level, the schemes are working. It's transparent. There are grants, there are funds to be tapped by entrepreneurs. More so, it doesn't matter. Your gender doesn't matter there. So, but it takes a while. It's not easy to. The process is slightly longer compared to a private sector where you can tap and get funds. Relatively speaking, faster. But I know hundreds and hundreds of startups where there are male entrepreneurs. One among them have mentored a startup. Even he faces the same problem. It's not just because I'm a woman that my problem increases manifold. So my question to Sriram. Sriram is an investment banker. And he has dabbled with, I think, mostly fintech, other sectors, finance, world of high finance, mergers and acquisitions, etc., etc. But last 1 or 2 years, you have focused your attention on agri-business, agri-tech as a segment. You focus on agri-tech as a segment. So what is your perspective, Sriram, if I may? How is agri-tech as a segment or agri-business as a segment different, or what distinguishes agri-business from an investment perspective, as an investor, right? From an investor perspective, what do you think are the differences between agri-sector and many other sectors? It could be retail, it could be hospitality, it could be travel, it could be fintech, it could be any tech.
It's an interesting question, especially given the funding winter I think you were talking about in the morning. Agri as a sector is quite recession-proof. I think some other speaker today morning was also mentioning that. Agri as a sector is extremely recession-proof. We still need to eat. Right?
That was me.
So I'm just paraphrasing it. Other sectors go through ups and downs as cyclicals, whether it's education, whether it's finance, whether it's retail, anything else. Right? So COVID comes, school shut down. So that's an entire segment gone. Technology that is dependent on schools shut down. online work during COVID, post-COVID, all the companies that started online edtech are all shut down. So everything is cyclical except agri and probably in some portions of healthcare. Right? So as a result, what is happening is investors are looking at agri with a renewed interest because come up or down, there is still always a good business. COVID might have hit it a little bit, but it's not going to affect it like it did other sectors. And there's also a huge opportunity. Like it's probably the largest opportunity in any of the sectors, right? Because if you take education, you're talking about children or students. If you're talking about finance, you might be talking about working professionals or again students. But that's all a finite population. When you talk about agri, you're talking about everybody under the planet. It could be India, it could be abroad. So I think the investor perspective of agri is quite positive. It's still not where it should be, like fintech or something, but agri investments have been on the rise. And I think investors are now looking a lot on agri, and a lot of VCs have also set up agri teams specifically to look at the agri space.
Well said. I think there are agri-focused VC funds, right from Omnivore to Avishkar, etc., Social Alpha, etc., etc. That's one. And the second thing, I think agriculture as a sector, or agri-business, agri-tech as a sector has almost infinitesimal opportunities, right? The world is the stage. But that's an interesting perspective. So thank you. So moving on to Dr. Senthil. Dr. Senthil, you have been, in the midst of the action, in the thick of things. Last 5 years, you have been, on behalf of NARM and AIDA, you have been doing this Agri-Udan program, right? Where out of hundreds of agri-tech startups, you shortlisted 15 every year, backed by NABARD, supported by NABARD. You fund those and you mentor those. You mentor those for a year and then fund them. So what do you think? Why agri-tech startups fail to or struggle to scale? A. B. Do they have the right kind of connects in the industry, overall the industry, right? So what are your perspectives on those two points?
Yes, thank you, sir. And the agri-tech concerns are the incubation level, they are very fine. They are able to get it. But when it comes to the upscaling stage or the next commercial stage, because they have spent a lot of time in the incubation time. The morning also they conveyed the gestation period, the incubation for agriculture, it consumes sometimes 2 years, 3 years. They spend a lot of money there, from the personal, the food money is being spent. And again, there is a stages comes with the difficulty, they get it validated, okay, it has come to the same shape. But when the stage, the final stage comes, where it has to be marketed to the larger perspective, they are finding difficulty in the funds. So now I am feeling happy that my friend Sindhar has told that, now good number of capitalists, the investors are coming to the agriculture. It was not there in the earlier time, it seems. Earlier time, in other sectors were getting the benefit, right? Now the COVID has given a little lessons to everyone that agriculture will stand for a longer time. So we can invest, and I think in the future there will be a lot of support we are going to get it, number one. With respect to the industries, which was stated, now we started working with the industry. Now I request even who are here or either startup or any incubation center, please make a collaboration with the industry linkage to have your startup have more support. We recently executed about Nagarjuna Agrochemical Limited's first time. One incubation center was close with the industry. We make a close linkages with the funding agency, we make a tie-up. Right? Some type of valuation company we used to have a tie-up. Some type of other. Now the industry has become, the industry is giving a lot of support to us. There are reasons. Industries are giving challenges in agriculture. And the challenges can be announced to them. And those challenges, startup come forward, same industry is ready to support them in either incubation or in the accelerations. Now, so I feel it's the right time that we have to towards what agri-industries are facing the challenges. Those challenges, startups are coming forward. I think there is a growth for them and there is a market. And again, we have to change the perspective that any startup, if you are addressing the major challenges of an agriculture system, there is a scope for upscaling it. If you are addressing the minor, small issues in the localized ways, then the survival will be a difficult. So these are the things I need to
Thanks, Dr. Senthil. Well articulated. I think the key thing is industry partnership or collaboration. It gives multiple benefits. One is problem identification itself, or formulating the problem for the startup to go after. I think if you do it with the industry, they'll make you grounded, and the problem identification will be more pragmatic and practical. B, tomorrow there is a solution, the breakthrough, they'll be the first to uptake the solution and then scaling up, right? So, multiple advantages, I think very important. And the second point is, compared to 5 years back, 10 years back, the focus on AgriTech startups was, the funding perspective was almost extended. Really took off 2015, 2016 onwards. Today, actually, sector-wise, if you look, AgriTech sector is one which is kind of, it's upended the trend, and when both the sectors are witnessing a winter in terms of VC interest in investment, AgriTech startups have been immune. In fact, they're not immune, they have bucked the trend actually. This is very heartening. Yeah. So,
because all industries, since you are doing, you have industries are having CSR fund. Kindly divert your CSR funds to the AgTech. Because your industry also will survive, and definitely there will be scope for the AgriTech also will grow. Now, many of the industries are supporting their CSR fund for, we are getting support. So, I have seen that they are helping in the acceleration stage.
Good point. So Sachin, I think, Sachin, I know you have developed, you meaning your team has developed a computer vision CNN model for assessing the quality of maize, right? So, data, so I'm talking about data and technology. How important data is for yours, of course, for your startup, for in general AgriTech startups. Data combined with technology. And is that the mantra of success mantra, the game changer, right? I'm sure without data, there cannot be any data information and knowledge. There is action. What are your views?
Thanks, Doctor. I would specifically talk about the experience, which would probably give more interest to the audience. When we started out in maize as a focus point of our services, we collaborated with University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore. And there was a project called Maize Business School, which was a mandate for the university. So they started working with us for connection of farmers to the market in a better way. So then we found out there was close to 30 to 32% of post-harvest loss from farm till the warehouse of the processing units. So the loss was divided by 3 stakeholders. Initially, it was farmers around 8 to 12%, and then transportation around 4 to 6%, and remaining close to 20% was at processing units or the large-scale buyers, because of seasonality and many other challenges that agriculture by nature has. So these data, the collection points, the stakeholders' data, and the prediction models helped us to understand, first of all, what the problem is, where exactly the losses are happening, and once we knew which stakeholder has highest loss, and we started focusing on how to reduce it. So the AI and deep tech model focuses on each of these stakeholders in the post-harvest level. So that's one thing which we leverage data as, and we are very happy, and with the support of a lot of institutes and the farmers themselves, we reduced it to close to 5 to 6% post-harvest loss. So that's the advantage that we had, apart from the satellite data and the data related to production, which comes from the market itself, from the reverse correlation of the price and arrival at APMC yard. So there will be reverse calculated and then come to the quality as well. So there is multiple folds that we ourselves in the company have used the data and reduced the losses, which eventually have increased the income of the farmers and decreased the losses of processing units. So these are some of the examples now.
I think what I understand, the Sachin's core offering, the good schools core offering is, of course you need other third-party external data, demand, consumption, etc., etc. But the core data is images of the crop, the cow, and the maize, leaf, and the plant itself. So when I say data, it's images and processing images. Handling images and data is not trivial. It's not like handling rows of columns, neatly arranged numbers. The image processing complexity is quite altogether a different ballgame. Yeah. So with this, I will also ask a question to an online panelist. We have an online panelist, Rajesh from CFTRI. CFTRI is a well-known institute in Mysore for food technology research institute. So Rajesh, what are your thoughts on, because how do you think from a food technology perspective? Of course, you are conserving, preserving and elongating the shelf life of food products is what your major mandate is. What do you think is the role of data and technology for those startups which want to focus on food technology, especially the processed food that is ready to be consumed? How do you elongate the shelf life and also the quality of the produce? Okay, I think there are some challenges, online challenges, but that's fine. That's okay. I just want to not ask a question. So we will have one more round and we'll quickly finish. So the common question for all the panelists will start from Dr. Somani is that how important is, again, going back to the core thing, for your business, in your case you set up a mini food processing, multi-commodity food processing unit, right? How important is data for your business?
For me, data starts from the farmer procurement sector, where I need to know where the actual produce is, at what stage it is, and where it is. So for this, I'm already in line with collaborating with the technology partner, where they can do the traceability for me, and also link up with the FPOs. I'm already in touch with them. And the data, it's also important for me when it comes to logistics to track down, because it has to come from the farm to my processing industry. And from there also the data again goes to storage. So data plays a very important role in the agri value chain, where it says, okay, how much of amount of paddy is there in my storage, and how much it is getting processed every day. So every little minute thing is to be recorded somewhere in one form or the other. Earlier we used to maintain papers, but that age is gone. So we have to depend on a computer or kind of a data monitoring or a scale, and even training my colleagues on it also is as important because the technology is not so adaptable by the agriculture persons. Because again, you say this technology means you need a software guide. No, it's not always a software person is need to use a technology. It's just a data entry, even a data entry operator. But to do the specific analysis, again, technology support needs to be done. To meet what is the processing efficiencies there, how much of everything is related to data and technology. So I say that it is multi-variant. There is no kind of, even for the image analysis or any kind of stuff for traceability, there's huge scope for activity.
Thank you. So Sriram, from an investment advisory perspective specifically, I know data, you need data for financial due diligence, modeling, projecting revenues, all those usual suspects, right? Financial due diligence, legal due diligence, etc., etc. But from an investment advisory perspective, how important is data when you look at startups? I'm talking.
So startups in general or agri startups?
Agri startups.
Okay, let's take agri startups.
Yes.
So data is obviously extremely important. It depends on what kind of data that the agri startup presents and what is important to the startup. I'm talking purely from an investor perspective here. It could be the metric that's most important to that agri startup, right? So, if you take Sachin as an example, probably it is how much you're able to sort out the quality, the good versus the bad, what is your hit ratio and all of that. There could be other agri startups where it's a GMB model. There could be agri startups where I have given enough satellite images and has given me the right kind of data point to this farm. From an investor perspective, the data that you collect and the data that you are able to put together actually will make or break the investment decision. So in that sense, it's probably one of the most crucial things.
Yeah, so make or break. I think data is like lifeblood for any decisions to be made. Yeah. So Dr. Senthil, now in general, and you agree with AI, you have a huge database of all startups, hundreds, maybe today in India, we say that there are 1,500 agri-tech startups, plus or minus few tens, 1,500 roughly. But in our last 4-5 years, even your AgFoodTech initiative year on year, we have a huge database of agri-tech startups. How are you? See, I'm sure somebody must be thinking, all the data is sitting there. So how do you analyze, convert that data to information and knowledge and make sure that the learnings from, especially the failures, success is okay. So the failures, how can we use that? And then going forward, ensure that the learnings can be harvested and then kind of incorporated to the new startups that come to you for training.
Yeah, thank you, sir. In fact, as you said, we have not started that particular job. Now we have taken only success stories in our things. Failures, we are not, though data sets, we are not touched upon it. Success story, we used to project the form of how much revenue generated, what is the impact they have created. Of course, overall we look at the agri-startup growth on that, but the data analysis with respect to them, we have not entered now. Probably there is an important area now, being a lead center in agri-tech. I think we have to take it that even we can come out with a different policy level. So now this is a time to prepare a good policy papers on the how incubator can propose it. Good to bring in the what are the challenges the startup will face based on the data that we can project it.
Very nice. Dr. Sanjay, I have a suggestion for it.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe you should reach out to somebody at National Center for Agriculture Economics Policy Research, Delhi, and ask one of the scientists or students to look at all the database that you have. But ironically, the truth is, there are more lessons in failures than successes.
Correct.
The learnings are maximized through failures, not through successes. Somebody has to look at it. Maybe agri-economist, a statistician should look at it and say, okay, what went wrong? Wonderful, multiple kinds of insights can be generated. If you look at the data, slice and dice various situations.
It's a good suggestion.
The last question to Sachin and we will stop. Sachin, data we have spoken enough. From a technology perspective, I know now currently after 2-3 years you're pivoting your business into a SaaS, software as a service kind of a thing, right? So what motivated you to pivot towards technology? You're leaning more towards technology. What would be the reason?
That's something which is again coming back to the investment perspectives and scaling. So it involves two answers specifically said by the panelists here. One with Dr. Senthil. I'll start with that. So once we build this solution in one climatic zone, in order to go to the other climatic zones, the other market in a business point of view, it's always easier if we hit the asset light model. So that's one of the intention to come to more of a SaaS-based solution. And the second is with the perspective of Mr. Sriram, especially talking with the investors in agri-tech and IT investors. So we found out easier to scale, asset light is always easier for institutional funds to come. So that's one of the reasons that we pivoted more towards the SaaS and brought all these solutions into the SaaS solution.
So Sachin, you can be candid and straightforward with saying that most investors don't understand agri-business. So that's the reality. But I said that there are some dedicated VCs as well. Like the concept. Yeah, don't fund. This says that he's pivoting towards technology, the model that investors will be more attentive.
That's an angle, yes.
So I think with this, we are concluding this particular session.
Now we also have some recorded videos of the great eminent people. One is from UK, Professor Manuel. He is the chairman for Al Khalifa Business School and is a journalist, entrepreneur, and is a businessman. So he has sent a video recorded message. He doesn't want to miss to speak in this occasion. That's what the global network we have already established. And entire Europe and Africa, he can represent us and take this vision forward. That's what he says. I now request our team to play the video.
Meet such great audience and interact with the different opinions that we will be discussing today. As a part of different products in the African socio-economic development industries, I want to share with you some points regarding food tech advancement and food potential in the African continent. That's why the topic of my speech is the bright future of African food tech development. Nowadays, one of the main African agencies working on the field of food tech is Food Tech Africa. The organization is improving food security through private sector development in East Africa. As defined on their website, Food Tech Africa is a public-private partnership of 70 companies and universities which improves food security in East Africa through the establishment of a fully integrated agriculture value chain. Their exceptional journey started honestly on 2011, when a Kenyan farmer told them he gained a benefits of farming profitable for himself and for the other farmers around him. He stated, little choose the market. Kenya borders Lake Victoria, which has been a source of fish for the region for centuries. Lake Victoria's output is declining sharply due to Kenya borders Lake Victoria, which has been a source of fish for the region for centuries. Pollution, overfishing, and lack of regulation. The declining output is traditionally replaced by the import of fish that Kenya and East Africa as a whole have the excellent capabilities to produce local fish for the local market. It just hasn't been done at scale. The agency is only the beginning for a bright future of African food sector development. Appeared in the news 2 days ago in the magazine Food for Africa, nearly 3 African companies are among the selection of 30 innovative heritage and food tech startups from around the world vying to win the Global Food Tech Challenge that has a pool prize cost $2 million. The challenge is open to companies working to address food security challenges. These African companies are Nafin, Agula Bee Farms from Nigeria, and Coffee Restaurant, an Ethiopian-based company. These companies were shortlisted for the second edition of the UAE Challenge organized by the UAE Ministry of Climate Change and Environment and Tanki and Aspire. This challenge, officially launched during Expo City Dubai on March 2022, looks to track down the following influx of technology advancement on the cusp of changing customary agricultural resources techniques in a sustainable and efficient way. As defined in the magazine, the 30 shortlisted startups working to address food security challenges have been selected for more than 600 submissions across 79 countries, representing a 52% increase in entries compared to the first edition of the competition, which saw less than 500 applications from 16 countries, with previous winners announced from Australia, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and the UK. The main topics to be covered are regarding the food production and the food waste challenge, focusing on the beginning phase new business attempting to enter in the AgFoodTech industry. The Food Tech Challenge researches for inventive arrangements that address food creation and food misfortune and waste challenges, from indoor and vertical farming to outside fixings and waste productivity. Of the shortlisted new businesses, half of them were based around handling food creation. The main industries were very spotted in bag farming and hydroponics, farm board, plant-based arrangement, and inclusive farming. Applications tending to food loss and waste management represent the other half of the shortlisted companies, which highlighted food squatter tech, food service stations, production network checking, and the adaptability as key themes. Nafin, beginning up from Tanzania, has supported an exclusive compound field biotechnological stage where natural waste is changing over into a characteristic, discernible, and safe nomenclature and non-GMO protein source that can be utilized in hydroponics. Aqualife iFarms is a Nigerian association that changes food waste to animal feed and compost utilizing dark water flies. Ethiopia-based Coffee Restaurant is the main biotech organization in Africa to make nutraceuticals and food fixings from coffee squatter. Highlighting the worldwide idea of the position, the 30 shortlisted candidates are from a different scope of nations. This year, the biggest number of shortlisted new companies came from the UK, UAE, Israel, Spain, United States, and Singapore. The Food Tech Challenge likewise saw a resumed expansion in judge support, with 47 of the groups being between 18 to 35 years of age.
Which is one of the most relevant and important topic and need of today's world. These discussions and different proposals that will come out of this conference are very important as India has taken over the presidency role of G20. The focus area of G20 is agriculture, food security, and also to help African countries. We, through our associated organizations like Boston Center of Excellence for Health and Human Development, E-Kisan Foundation, are working on bringing the global best practices for the local needs. We are also bringing the best of the East to the best of the West to reduce human suffering and to bring wellness and happiness. One of the projects that I would like to mention here, which is quite relevant, is the E-Kisan platform that has been successfully executed and implemented in many parts of India, including in North Karnataka and Pulna region in Madhya Pradesh. That platform is to educate, engage and empower the farmers to bring the right mix of technology, the processes, skilling and educating the people so that the productivity and the net cash flow of the farmers improves. We focused on reducing the input cost by 20%, increasing the yield rate by 20%, encourage, help and motivate them to move and migrate on digital platforms so that they can connect to the global world. Also, they moved to organic farming, and with that, at least they were able to get 20% better selling price. And with the increase in net cash flow, they were more adaptive towards this new platform and the technology intervention. We have formed 1,300 clubs in 1,300 villages, and thousands of farmers have participated and adopted the use of E-Kisan platform. We also ran a major program to help the farmers in their healthcare needs by doing the health screening, by targeted intervention. And one particular thing which is again relevant is by identifying the malnutrition population and providing them very targeted programs with the Ayurvedic medicated food products and formulations that has improved the health of children and the lactating mothers and brought down the malnutrition percentage into a low single digit with the help of our intervention. These successful innovative products we should make sure that we should bring to other parts of India, and again I go back, we should also bring it to the African countries as well. The reason I am stressing on the African countries because a couple of months back I myself had been to Guinea-Conakry, one of the West African countries. The country is quite poor and the infrastructure is what we had in India 40 to 50 years ago. Although I was amazed and pleasantly surprised to see that there were hundreds of thousands of acres of land which are very much agreeable. The water level was 15 feet to max 100 feet, and the temperature in that country is between 18 degrees to 30 degrees centigrade. The quality of soil is very good, very organic in nature because they never did any farming with the help of urea, chemical-based fertilizer, etc. So to get organic farming with a good quality, healthy crop and healthy produce can be cultivated in a huge quantity in that part of the world. Now this major cultivation in African countries will not only help that local economy and local area, but it can also solve the shortage of organic food in India and in the developed parts of the world. Africa, with Indians of food and Indian innovators working together, can supply not only to Africa, to India, but North America and Europe as well. Logistically, it will be very economically feasible because the geographical location of Africa is quite full because you can transport it to different parts quite easily. And in this age of technology and information technology in particular, we are all connected. So all these propositions to make the ground level reality is very much possible. Now, with the support of G20 and with the support of different programs from United Nations that we have worked in the past, I think we need to work towards making this whole world a better place by having a strong collaboration between
future. So now we need to start actively working on bringing the Indian best practices, the global best practices, not only to India, but to the rest of the world, and ask our innovators, entrepreneurs, and promoters to venture out of India and start working with the principles of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and making this whole world a much better place to live. With that, once again, I would like to thank the organizers and wish all of you my best wishes for the upcoming new year and a great future ahead. Thank you. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much for all the people, and Professor Ram and his team were able to present you this amazing conference with so many intellectuals who shared their amazing experiences, knowledge and wisdom. I hope you all benefited from this conference, and please take this knowledge and apply on the field and make a difference and share us your feedback based on what you learned today and what you applied in the field and what kind of benefits the farmers really reap. And if you can share us in the next conference, and we expect you to repeat the same moving forward. Thank you so much, and there's a dinner reception followed by.
We have networking and also dinner. All of you, whoever is here now, please you are welcome. It will be there in another 30 minutes. Even if you want to go early, you can just do some networking and even leave early, but other people who want to stay and have the discussion, very close discussion. Yeah, now Bhujangarao is here. Sir, please come, sir. I have some goals, and this will include some investment plan for our associates, funding support, knowledge support, and also the scale up, how to scale up what our knowledge is required. So having global leadership, thought leaders, having a great platform, global platform, we want to definitely support our associates and continue the journey to empower them. By empowering the associates, we get empowered. That is the whole vision and objective.
So the ESG organization held today the AgFoodTech 360 International Conference on December 5, 2022 at the T-Hub 2 in Hyderabad. So what are the challenges for the sustainable agriculture? That's what we are addressing in this conference. Production systems and the policies and institutions that underpin global food security are increasingly adapted. Sustainable agriculture must nurture healthy ecosystem to support the sustainable management of land, water and natural resources while ensuring world food security. To be sustainable, agriculture must meet the needs of the present and future generations for its products and services while ensuring profitability, environmental health and social and economical equity. The global transition to sustainable food and agriculture will require major improvements in the efficiency of resource use, environmental protection and ecosystem resilience. Sustainable agriculture requires a system of global governance that promotes food security concerns in trade with regimes and trade policies and revisits agriculture policies to promote local and regional agriculture markets. What needs to be done? That's what we discussed today. The challenges outlined above give rise to 5 key principles for guiding the strategic development of new approaches and transition to sustainability. Number 1, improving efficiency in the use of resources is crucial to sustainable agriculture. Number 2, sustainability requires direct action to conserve, protect and enhance natural resources. Number 3, agriculture that fails to protect and improve rural livelihoods and social well-being is unsustainable. Number 4, sustainable agriculture must enhance the resilience of people, communities and ecosystems, especially to climate change and market volatility. Principle number 5, good governance is essential for the sustainability of both the natural and human systems. So sustainable agriculture, what it means? A sustainable agriculture system involves the modification of agricultural techniques in both existing industrialized and traditional agriculture systems in order to provide for the needs of current and future generations while conserving natural resources. What are the dimensions for this? As agriculture contributes to development as an economic activity, as a source of livelihood, and as provider and user of environmental services, the 2030 agenda suggests that all sectors, including agriculture, be considered from 3 dimensions of sustainability: economic, social, and environmental. Sustainable agriculture is at the heart of the 2030 agenda and first fundamental step to securing zero hunger. While many of the SDGs address issues related to agriculture, SDG indicator 2.1 is fully dedicated to it. SDG indicators 2.1.1 hunger, 2.1.2 is severity of food insecurity, 2.3.1 productivity of scale food procedures, 2.3.2 income of small scale food producer, 2.4.1 agriculture sustainability, 2.5.1a conservation of land resources for the food and agriculture. 2.5.1b conservation of animal genetic resources for food and agriculture. 2.5.2 is risk status of livestock breeds. The prevalence of undernourishment is an estimate of the proportion of the population whose habitual food consumption is insufficient to provide the dietary energy levels that are required to maintain a normal activity, normal, active and healthy life. This indicator provides 2.1.2 prevalence of moderate or severe food insecurity. This indicator provides internationally comparable estimates of the proportion of the population facing moderate or severe difficulties in accessing food. The food insecurity experience scale produces a measure of the severity of food insecurity experienced by individuals or households based on direct interviews. 2.1 target by 2030 and end hunger and ensure access by all people, in particular the poor and people in vulnerable situations, including defense, to safe, nutritious and sufficient food all year long. SDG 2.3.1 volume of production per labor unit by classes of farming, pastoral, forestry, enterprise size. This indicator refers to the value of production per labor unit operated by small-scale producers in the farming, pastoral, and forestry sectors. Data will be produced by classes of enterprise size. 2.3.2 average income of small-scale food procedures. The indicator refers to the average income of small-scale food producers employed in the farming, pastoral, and forestry sectors. 2.3 target by 2030 double the agriculture productivity incomes of small-scale food producers, in particular women, indigenous people, family farmers, pastoralists, and fishers, including through secure and equal access to land, other productive resources and inputs, knowledge, financial services, markets, and opportunities for valuation and non-farm employment. SDG 2.4.1 proportion of agriculture area under productive and sustainable agriculture. The area under productive and sustainable agriculture captures the three dimensions of sustainable production: environmental, economic, and social. The measurement instrument form surveys all in countries the flexibility to identify priorities and challenges with the three dimensions of sustainability. Land under productive and sustainable agriculture will be those farms and associated agricultural land area that satisfy the sustainability criteria of the sub-indicators selected across all three dimensions. SDG 2.4 by 2030 ensure sustainable food production system and resilient agricultural practices that increase productivity and production, that help maintain ecosystems, that strengthen capacity for adaptation to climate change, extreme weather, drought, flooding, and other disasters, and that progressively improve land and soil quality. SDG 2.5.1 number of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture secured in medium or long-term conservation facilities. The conservation of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture in medium or long-term conservation facilities represents the most trusted means of conserving genetic resources worldwide. 2.5.1 number of animal genetic resources for food and agriculture secured in medium or long-term conservation facilities. The conservation of animal genetic resources for food and agriculture in medium or long-term conservation facilities represent the most trusted means of conserving genetic resources worldwide. 2.5.2 proportion of local breeds classified as being at risk of extinction. The indicator presents the percentage of local livestock breeds among local breeds with known risk status classified as being at risk of extinctions at a certain moment in time, as well as the trends for this percentage. SDG 2.5 target by 2020 maintain the genetic diversity of seeds, cultivated plants and farmed and domesticated animals and their related wild species, including through soundly managed and diversified seed and plant banks at the national, regional and international levels, and promote access to land and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge as internationally agreed. SDG 2.8.1 the Agriculture Orientation Index for Government Expenditures. The Agriculture Orientation Index for Government Expenditures is defined as the agriculture's share of government expenditures divided by the agriculture share of the GDP, where agriculture refers to the agriculture, forestry, fishing and hunting sectors. The measure is a currency-free index calculated as the ratio of these two shares. SDG 2.8 target increase investment, including through enhanced international cooperation in rural infrastructure, agriculture research and extension services, technology development, plant and livestock gene banks in order to enhance agriculture productive capacity in developing countries, in particular least developed countries. SDG 2.C.1 indicator of food price anomalies. The proposed indicator of food price anomalies measures the number of price anomalies that occur in a given food commodity price series over a given period of time. SDG 2.C adapt measures to ensure the proper functioning of food commodity markets and their derivatives and facilitate timely access to market information including on-food reserves in order to help limit extreme food price volatility. So sustainable agriculture, SDG 2 5.8.1, gender equality is the one, women's ownership of agricultural land. 5.8.2, women's equal rights to land ownership. SDG 6.4.1, water use efficiency. 6.4.2, water stress. 12.3.1 is global food losses. 14.4.1 is fish stock sustainability. 14.6.1 illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. 14.7.1 value added of sustainable fisheries, and 14.3.1 is access to small scale fisheries. So these are the very brief summary of all the sustainable development goals related to agriculture and livestock and fisheries, life on earth, life on water, as well as we belong to life on earth. So agriculture is a very important aspect of this, and these are the things that we would like to address with all of your support and involvement. Some of these things in day-to-day life, especially producing the food, so that everybody gets the proper nutritious food. And again, thank you one more time for joining us today. It's wonderful to meet all of you. So much of knowledge has been shared here today, and hope you get benefited and also apply this knowledge on the ground to see the impact of these principles that we adapted today. Thank you so much. Stay blessed and stay safe. Let's have a networking session right after this and enjoy the food and drinks. Thanks to all the people who are here today who made a successful conference, and it's an inspiration and motivation to get to know all of you. Thank you so much for the wonderful participation and sharing of your knowledge and experience and wisdom. Thank you so much. Solution. This is a healthy, happy and harmonious family and harmonious world. As part of it, the 3H can be achieved only through the practice of yoga. So this is basically yoga is a lifestyle which includes the diet and everything. So this is explained mostly very holistic yoga, which includes asanas, pranayamas and the diet. So we have every day morning 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock yoga sessions online in June. You can join, and there's an outline given in this. So this chart, it can be used as a self-practice. So you can put it on the walls. You can do from the Surya Namaskar, warm-ups, and then you have standing asanas, sitting asanas, all the asanas, whatever you can do, but 5 to 8 breaths from breathings. Okay. And then here in the side, we have all the pranayamas. So based on your capacity, you can do, but I recommend you to join at least a couple of weeks online so that you can learn practice by yourself. So 6 o'clock June session, by contacting this number, you can get this. And there is an online June link in the Manmanda website as well. There are a few courses like 1 month course, holistic healthcare course. So whatever the problems you have, you can cure within a month by just spending an hour every day in the morning, every morning 5 to 6. That is general yoga, children, families, all age groups. I generally take that session at 6 o'clock. So you're welcome to join, and I encourage more people to join this. As part of it, we also train
in Kottagota. It's 2 hours from here on Bangalore, right? And